The U.S. Colonial Marines. We get the job done. We'll never leave a man behind. We've got the best equipment. The best people. And we'll go to the furthest edges of the galaxy to show up and get shit done. It's not just the ships or the places you'll go or the enemies you'll defeat. It's the company you keep. The USCMC. We're there to...
Movement!
Hey everybody, what's happening? It's Thursday night, and it's time for Alien RPG. That's right, let's go. It's time. It's for the Frontier War. I'm Matt. I'm your game mother. And once again, mom? Game mom. Yes, I love it. Let's go. I'm ready for that title. Game mom. And we've got, of course, our stalwart Marines here to take on more missions, more dangerous situations, more death-defying aliens, and whatever comes in between. So yes, I have to credit Maeve for something that happened on our Discord today, specifically in the Alien RPG section, where we have lots of people. Comments, videos, pictures, etc. But this one is probably the best. Let me see if I can just copy it and put it into share or something like that. Hold on. Save image. There we go. Put it right here on my desktop. I didn't even think I was going to do this because I think it's actually funnier if you guys read it than to me do it out loud. So let me just pull it onto...
Nobody got time to read?
Oh, ain't nobody got time to read. Where is it?
On the game.
There it is.
I mean, no, we're here to blast some aliens.
We're here to blast some aliens. There we go. Okay, so here we go. I'm just gonna push this into our. Here we go. Ready? There. This alien synopsis from a Hong Kong bootleg DVD needs to be in a museum and guarded as a cultural treasure. Spaceship people get up from sleeping coffin and have eat. Computer woman finds strange noisings on planet, and astronauts go to seeing. Astronauts find a big elephant man who dead, then find too many egg. Astronaut is possessed by egg demon, and new egg demon is come when eat bad noodle. 7 friends and cat all try to find egg demon before spaceship go home, but is hard working. Who will life to escaping? Who is bad milk blood robot? Scream not working because space make deaf. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely true because Scream not working because space make death.
I just bad milk blood robot.
Bad milk blood robot. We'll have to find out more about
J.J.
Bad Milk
Abrams'
Blood
company,
Robots.
right?
Absolutely. 100%. Anyway, I'm psyched to be back here for episode 15 of the Frontier War, where we take on more of, and actually really get into the meat of, Operation Arcturian Apocalypse.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed. But before we can get into that, it's time for a recap. Yes, Scepter. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Scepter. I know you have some comment to make. No, I want to hear it.
No.
No. Are you sure? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. A recap of what happened previously on Alien RPG of the Frontier War. Ladies and gentlemen, I have one thing to say, and that is this. A day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps! Except on days like this. Because after retreating from the doomed Oregon facility on KOI 571, the regulators boarded the Tambatam and helped achieve a stunning victory against a UPP destroyer, ensuring its surrender and then remanding the UPP scientists that you all escaped with over into their custody before watching that particular enemy ship disappear into the void. You all returned to the Tambatam and found that all of your fellow Marines, as well as your commanding officer, as well as Hanrahan, Colonel Hanrahan, the captain, essentially, of the Tambatam, were no longer aboard. And that only Colonel Myers was left in charge, with his blackguard bodyguards. Myers, in his extreme generosity, gifted you all with a mantis craft, a mantis, which is basically a V10A1113 mantis craft, which I'm actually going to sort of give you the access to now. We'll get into it when I move over to the page, but I'll just show it to the players at least. That's what it looks like. It's made by Hawker Systems, which you guys dubbed the USS Dragonfly. After having a somewhat interesting conversation with the Davidovich unit's head that you pulled out of Oregon regarding the UPP's knowledge about the engineers, the mysterious alien creatures that seem to have some affinity with a musical language and maybe in some way entwined in this whole story. You readied yourselves for hypersleep. However, before that could occur, a couple things happened.
Forgot I did that.
You found that LJ, your ever faithful and ever efficient, although completely wrecked, APC, was found missing. And you found that it was taken by Colonel Myers. To what end, you have no idea. Although you raised a stink about it, Myers honestly seemed not to give two shits about it, calling it simply a tool to be used and not really caring about your emotional attachment to it, nor to its previous owner. Winters received a rather interesting private message from an unknown source, which she immediately erased. Following that, our stalwart crew righteously ticked off at Myers, drew a dick on his cryotube.
That's what that is.
Oh yeah, that is the cryotube dick. Although I think it's in the wrong place on the map because the cryotubes are a little bit to the west. I'll take it. Whatever.
No,
it is
that's
what it
not
is.
a dick. That's the skull on my locker.
Oh, that's the skull on your locker, but
that's
there's a
the Davidovich head.
Got it. So there is 100% a giant penis scrawled in black permanent marker on Myers' cryotube. Hey, I would have done the same fucking thing, to be honest. Myers then sort of unfeelingly walked away as you all retrieved yourselves from hypersleep, having been in hypersleep for 10 days. Only to find that your destination, which was previously prescribed to be a place called Garrison Delta, was not your final destination at all, but was now, in fact, the planet of Arcturus. Arcturus being a beautiful, sort of slightly strangely shaped and orange and green planet, had a variety of enormous Nazca line-esque pictograms inscribed into the Earth itself, and these drawings are miles wide. What they are and how they were made and who made them has yet to be determined. As you all looked out of the view screen onto the planet below, you were immediately called into your briefing by Colonel Myers. You all sat down, looked at each other, and looked up at the screen on which there are 3 words: Operation Arcturian Apocalypse. And that is where we begin tonight. So, I will start us off like this. So, number 1. Myers looks at the 5 of you as you all are sitting in the briefing room. I'm just going to bring us to the briefing room now as I swiftly move us over to the map and showcase again this beautiful art of the mantis. There it is. That's the mantis craft that you guys have. And thank you again to our wonderful friend Matthew, who gave us the interior of the mantis craft to use as a map if you decide to use it as your boarding craft. So that's where we are. Let's close that out. And obviously Colonel Myers here, and the 5 of you, you take your seats, etc. And Myers, calls you all to attention. He says, "All right, let's get this over with. Everyone, is everyone here?" He sort of counts out the 5 of you. He says, "All right, yeah." He sort of looks a little nervous, a little bit, and he says, "Well, obviously we're not at Garrison Delta. Welcome to Arcturus. How many of you have been here?"
Never
Have
heard
any
of
of
it.
us been here?
Didn't have the vacation days.
It's very funny.
I'm
Summers.
gonna guess the answer is no. Just out. That's me out of game. I'm
Fair.
guessing none of us have been here.
I would say that, since most of you, if not almost all of you, have been Marines, that have spent your lives on essentially a single planet for your training, then no, you have never been to Arcturus. But I think that you probably have heard of Arcturus, mainly for 2 reasons. One, the history of humanity, especially in the last 100 years, prescribes a certain amount of notoriety, considering how things went, the overall sort of migration into the stars, so to speak, how we made contact with alien races and stuff like that. The first alien race to have ever been contacted after faster than light travel was first invented and utilized were the alien beings on this planet, the planet of Arcturus. These beings were relatively primitive. They are called Arcturians. They are, for the most part, very sort of graceful, very lithe, pale skin, enormous eyes with very large black pupils, small noses, but they look human in a way that, if you just sort of like glanced over them, you would probably think they were human, except for the fact that Arcturians don't really have a gender. Well, they switch. They're gender fluid. They move from one gender to another. So if you are a man or if you're a woman, having an Arcturian, so to speak, it could result in any number of particular sort of interactions, if you know what I mean. Arcturians have... They don't have the same kind of wanderlust that humans do. They're able to speak, with enough training, English to some degree, and they have, relative high intelligence. Arcturians are, for the most part, however, relegated to their home planet, which is Arcturus. They share the planet with another species that is much more sort of primitive and more, almost more sort of, what's the best word I could put for them? More feral. That's the best word. And they don't have a name for them because they don't dictate in their language things with words, with names per se. They do them through pictograms and pictures and stuff like that. So the humans, in their ultimate wisdom, since they have to differentiate between the Arcturians and the other species that belongs on this planet, they just call them Arctura. Isn't that nice? Just Arcturians and Arctura. But Arctura are most certainly not the sort of level of intelligence and sophistication, even to the relative primitive level that Arcturians are, than the Arctura are. The Arctura are essentially just a step above animals. They move in herds, they move in castes, and are relatively violent, so to speak. So, yeah, this is Arcturus.
No, sir, I can't say I had the pleasure. My family could only afford the vacation in Uranus.
He just nods.
Them squiggly lines have been appearing lots of other places, too. I think I saw some over on one of the cryo tubes earlier. Is that common around these parts? Is that like a welcome symbol?
He says, "Are you jokers ready for the briefing?"
I was asking a genuine question, sir. I'm new to this planet. I've never been here before. You got something more for me?
Oh, definitely have something for you, I'm sure. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to tell you why we're here. Hopefully you'll pay attention enough that it may save your life. Oh, I seem to have quieted you all down. That's good.
I'm sorry, what? I wasn't listening.
Well, let's hope that changes for the better. Now, you're all here for a very specific reason, it seems, and we've been pulled out of hypersleep, and I guess the important thing is that we're here as a sort of unscheduled emergency. Now, the main settlement on Arcturus seems to have been seized. If you don't already know, we have a settlement here on Arcturus, mostly supported by the Arcturians. We have a relatively small human population, but they are UA citizens. The settlement seizure seems to have been done by a group of bioterrorists called the Children of the Two Divines. Don't know very much about them, but whatever they are, they seem to be somewhat xenophobic in their disregard for human as well as Arcturian life. Now, these extremists are led by this crackpot, and he gestures towards the screen and presses a button on his data pad, on his PDAD, and you see a face come up, and I'm gonna give you the handout for that too. Give me 1 sec. There's the handout for this guy. And I'll tell you a funny story after I put the handout up. Here's the handout. All right.
You got.
There we go. And he says, Philip Seymour Hoffman? No, not Philip Seymour Hoffman, actually.
Brendan Gleeson.
Not Brendan Gleeson, not Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Goodman?
Keep going, guys. You're getting closer. You're getting warmer. I'm loving it. No, neither of those people, or none of those people, actually. And he says, this is Giannis Ruedi. Intel says that these children of the two divines, led by Ruedi, intend to, he takes a deep breath, to wipe out Arcturian culture by destroying all of their art and relics. They have a ship, which, from our understanding, made a low approach over the planet-side trading outpost and dropped a drum of QTC on the USCMC station, killing 27 Marines. At last report, they've massacred over 240 Arcturians and humans at the planet's cultural center, which is called the Grand Kvass. By the way, you notice as he's speaking that he's not very sort of like emotionally invested. He's sort of rattling this off like it's the weather report.
Grand Kvass.
The Grand Kvass, yes. Kivas. The Grand Kvass.
So these
So,
bioterrorists, are they human or Arcturian?
They are human.
So they just so happen to be xenophobes in a way of coming over to this planet that's owned by another species. So why just kill them? Just
He sort of squints at you, Isaac, and he says, I'm sorry, was that a question?
So this is
Just-
like a
Sure.
human superiority thing?
I mean, it sure sounded like a question, but
I didn't really sort of understand where the question mark was in that one.
Generally, it's at the
Just-
end of the sentence.
I'm sorry, it's just a little baffling. Just
I can see.
Well, considering that xenophobia generally means you don't want foreign people to come onto your own soil, but in this case they're going onto foreign soil to kill a different species, I understand this question.
There you go.
That's
Now-
why he's confused. I think it's valid.
If I may continue. Closes out the picture of Giannis Ruedi, and he says, here's what has happened. They've flooded the area with CN-20 nerve gas and have taken 36 locals hostage as shields. On top of that, we're pretty sure that they have a nuke.
what?
A nuke, Isaac. Do I need to spell that out for you?
No.
now when you say pretty sure,
Would you like me to
It
give you
means
a
they're
percentage?
sure, but they don't.
You wanted us to pay attention.
Your orders are to get in there, free the hostages, take Giannis and his top lieutenants alive for interrogation, and secure any surviving relics for protection. We need to keep civilian casualties at an absolute minimum. The politics surrounding Arcturus are sensitive. We just can't have the proverbial shit hitting the fan here, folks. One of the hostages, however, is a, oh, that's right. You folks were on Gaholgod, weren't you? One of them is a Gaholgod Institute brain. His name is Tehal Aluwalia. Don't worry, I'll spell it for you later. Apparently, she's connected to a UAAC special project division of some kind. I'm not quite sure, but she's very well connected. So, in sum, we want all the hostages to come home, but protecting her, Aluwalia, and whatever sensitive data that she carries is of the most paramount importance. And he steps forward and looks at all 5 of you one by one, and he says, You all seem to have a tendency to follow orders, but get into the proverbial shit. Do me a big favor. Listen, learn, and don't step where you ought not to. In other words, don't fuck around. This order specifically comes from UAAC Command Direct. We're talking Admiral Delilah Vaughn. So, as soon as you have, General Delilah Vaughn, as soon as you have the hostages free, just call it in. We'll have 2 squads and 4 dropships standing by to evac the civvies. Then he steps back behind the podium and he says, I will now take questions. He stands there, drumming his fingers.
What about the nuke?
What about the nuke?
Is there no way to disarm it or anything?
He sort of looks at you and he steps a little bit forward in your direction and he says, you're a tech marine, correct?
Correct.
You're asking me if there's a way to disarm a nuclear bomb? That doesn't speak very well of you.
Look, you haven't learned how to speak Newt. You didn't mention the nuke in the briefing other than to say it exists. Is disarming the nuke part of our mission, sir, or should we just let it explode once the civvies are out?
Well, considering I said that protecting the civilians as well as the facility is part of your mission, I would probably say that if there is an actual active nuke, it would be in your best interest to find some way of making sure it doesn't blow up.
All right, then.
Make sure that didn't count as stepping in the shit, sir.
Any other questions?
2 questions, sir. Yes, so question 1, you said there's a nerve gas agent down there. Are we going to have any path of entry to this conclave without having to deal with the nerve gas, or should we be going in specifically with equipment and assume that we are stuck in nerve gas swamp territory?
Good question. Finally. You will be dropped in one of 3 potential locations, depending on your choice. There are 3 potential landing locations. And he switches the screen and he flips it to a map, which I'm now also going to bring up as well, as a handout. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Yeah. He says, the area that the Grand Kvass occupies is called the Guardian Belt. And he sort of places this map on the screen. I'm going to blow it up for those of you at home who want to give a little bit of a bigger view. Bam! There we go. He says there are 3 areas. The Grand Kvass is that area towards the south of the map. Clearly there is some problem with our engines.
Can we get that engine on our Dragonfly, sir?
Wow. What the hell is going on outside my fucking apartment there, man?
I don't know, but the fireworks have already started in my neighborhood, so I'm sure we'll be getting some fun explosions.
Guys,
in the
come on, I'm
background
trying
later.
to get, like, immersion into an RPG out here. Can't you just, like, come on.
Let's say that someone's doing donuts in the hangar.
For real.
Not with LJ out of commission.
LJ.
I honestly don't know if chat could hear that, but if they did, I'm very, very sorry.
So club that.
I know my folks. Here on Discord did. But anywho, he says, sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, he says there are 3 areas that you could potentially be dropped in from your, or land using your Mantis dropship that I've so kindly given to you. It's your choice. He points to the map that there are sort of flatland areas towards the southwestern of the map where there seemed to be something where he's indicated called Flatland Star Teacher signs, is what it says on the map. Where you see sort of pictograms of, I don't know what the heck these things are. It looks like something with wings over here on the left-hand side, and sort of something with a long, maybe circular, like curling tail, plants. But you have to remember that if you look at the legend at the bottom of the map where it says meters, these things are, thousands of meters long. And as you could see outside the window, we're glowing in some kind of iridescent blue light. Even from orbit, they could be seen. He says, we could drop you off here in the flatlands to the west. We could drop you off on one of the buttes here behind the sonic fence. But there's a steep decline from these buttes down into the Grand Kvass. Or we could park you behind the entire facility to the northeast, where there seems to be a pass beyond a canyon directly to the northeastern residential gate. So it's your choice as to where we insert you. And you guys look, and if there's anything on the map that you guys need sort of a little bit clearer information on, you can, by all means, this is just me as a GM saying, you can ask.
I mean, to me, it seems having to deal with the sonic fence and storming the main gate is a pretty hefty way to announce our arrival, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but if they've got a nuke, coming in through the residential gate seems to be the wiser choice.
We could also get some grapple gear and grapple down to Butte.
The problem is, if we've got to evacuate injured civvies, are we going to be able to get them back up?
Yeah, we lose. Yeah, that's the trade-off on that. And then problem 3 is if we go northeast, it's the longest distance to travel, which means that we might be losing people the longer we run. All 3 have problems.
Well, northeast, so we would be dropping right before the canyon, yeah?
I would assume it's somewhere up by where the canyon meets the Butte Pass.
That's about correct, yeah. I mean, anywhere that...
That actually seems closer. If we arrive in the flatlands, we're basically sailing directly into their line of sight out the front door and saying, hello, we're here. If we come in from the back, there's at least some potential element of surprise.
Sir, my second question, do we have any sort of time limit on this?
He says, well, truth be told, this is an emergency situation, so were you thinking of taking a week doing it, Kulhavy?
No, sir. I was thinking in the question of stealth versus expedience. If we are quiet, perhaps we can better assess the battlefield from the ground level.
Oh, I think
extract the necessary components without major casualties or ruffling the politics with our Arcturian friends.
Very much
I've
so.
completely lost his voice. Sorry.
That's okay. I do this all the time. He says, I think stealth is of the utmost importance. If you intend to go in there guns blazing, as I've heard you guys do in previous operations, then you're apt to get someone killed. So.
In our defense, the other guy always shoots first.
Third question. If we're dealing with a nuke and fanaticists, there's a very good chance that you're not going to get your relics or your GGI brain if we don't disable the nuke and maybe not take people alive. What is the preferred order of operations on the checklist of things for the mission, sir?
He says, oh, you have full, you have the full option to kill these fuckers on sight, honestly.
Understood.
One of the questions that you asked earlier, Kulhavy, was regarding the nerve gas.
I had a question about that, actually.
Yeah, we'll be more than happy to supply, well, Mother, I should say, will supply you with rebreather masks.
Someone gets affected by it, do we have any kind of way to stop it?
Nerve gas, C-20 nerve gas is one of the most deadly toxins that we've ever created. So, Don't breathe it in.
Do we have any means to protect the civilians from this nerve gas as we extract them?
For us? As well.
Oh, from the gas.
He says things that you folks have done in the past suggest that you have some level of creativity. If you have a way of protecting the civilians from the nerve gas, that is your top priority. Whether it be in some way or other disabling the nerve gas, expelling it into a place where it would no longer be of harm to the civilian population. Something of that kind.
So the nerve gas has flooded the interior of the Grand Kavas or the surrounding area? I'm a little unclear.
Understandable. Let me say, the area has, as far as we know, been flooded around the area of the Grand Kavas. This is, again, only from report. From within the Grand Kavas, first of all, you must understand what the Grand Kavas is. It is the ancestral home of the Arcturians themselves. They constructed it with their somewhat primitive tools in deference to these folks who they call the Star Teachers or something like that. But it is, for all intents and purposes, a relatively well-constructed, fortification of sorts. But I would think that if they've already utilized the nerve gas to kill everyone, then we wouldn't have any reports of hostages. So my feeling is that they would have this nerve gas in barrels ready to utilize it if necessary.
But it is not currently deployed. Thank you, sir.
That is my understanding. Any other questions?
Masters kind of mutters under her breath, none that you're gonna answer.
In terms of extraction, sir, what, if any, options were predicted in the first assessment and layout before this briefing? Where can we put a jet to get these people, targets, the Goal Institute and hostages alike, out of there? Do we have a zone in particular for that, or do we just land the Dragonfly on the top of the damn city?
No, if you did that, they'd blow you out of the sky. My
No,
feeling...
we're going to infiltrate and remove
After
the
we've
Do we have
infiltrated.
Do we have a specific drop zone in mind? Does it need to be one of the 3 entry drop zones, or can we call in can we call in retrieval wherever we happen to be?
Once all of our hostiles have been taken care of, you should be able to call in reinforcements and extraction from any place within the zone.
Say that southernmost circle tower is calling to me. It looks big enough to land
Well,
at least one of our ships. Yeah.
Let's see what the fuck is happening when we get there. Do we have any sort of schematics for the inside of this place?
No, unfortunately we do not. Only the outside exterior.
Any idea of a rough number of these bioterrorists?
We estimate, based on the fact that they've taken approximately 24 terrorists and have killed on the order of, well, multiple using weapons of mass destruction, that there could be anywhere between 10 to 20.
Okay. So we don't need too many bullets.
You never had too many bullets.
Come on. Sir, do you have any sort of... You said that we have designed this as the finest nerve agent the USMC's ever created. Is there any sort of readouts on this? Perhaps we can engineer something, what did you call us, creative, to counteract this nerve gas?
By all means.
Perhaps an antidote?
You could perhaps speak to Dr. Babak, see if he has any kind of chemical antidotes of any kind or resistance formulas, but as far as I know, there is none.
That ain't good.
Any other questions?
1,000, but none of them can be answered.
Very well. Mother is enabled for your utilization. She has the loadout for your drop. If you intend to use your Mantis craft and land said Mantis craft, please input the designation of the coordinates for your drop into the Mantis's AI, and the Mantis should be able to pilot you directly to those coordinates. Very well. That's all, gentlemen, ladies, that's all. And then he just hits a button on his PDAT and the screen turns off. And he walks out.
You ever wonder if they're just trying to kill us without claiming credit for killing us?
Oh, clearly.
Every fucking day.
They can certainly try.
Oh yeah, this is my second mission with you guys, and already they hate me.
Well,
Third.
Myers is a prick. He hates everyone.
Notice that.
I got some thoughts, but I kind of look around the briefing room and say, but this ain't the place to talk about it.
Agreed. All right, everybody take a quick look at what you think you might need for gear. Let's reassemble
Exactly what
lockers.
I'm doing right now.
You want lockers or you want the hangar? What's going to carry
Lockers.
noise better? Lockers we can guard a door. Hangar, they could probably read lips, but the noise will be broken.
Honestly, I feel like maybe we should all go take a shower. Get ready to go.
You know what? That's a fair point.
Time to get
How
clean
long were
before
we-
we step in the shit.
Mother, how long were we in cryo?
10 days, I think.
That is correct. 10 days.
10 days. Would that have been enough time for them to have turned the UPP armed machine gun into my alternative for carrying marine rifle?
I'm sorry, could you
For my
remind me
mechanical
about
arm?
that? Apologies.
So I had
yeah.
taken one of the ripped arms off of the bots.
Right.
Not the working Joes, but the pile of stuff from the garage.
I remember that, yeah.
He wanted a gun.
And I wanted a gun arm.
You have a gun arm. You used it.
Oh, I didn't.
Remember, you guys,
that's right,
you
we did
guys
the tournament.
in the
Yeah,
previous
yeah.
session, you used it. In fact, you and Masters took a bet as to who could fire it better, and you won the
Oh
bet.
yeah, we did.
Oh, that's where the money came from. Sorry, I forgot that we
Where did
that.
all
It's
this
been a month.
money come from? I don't know. Oh, my gun arm. Yeah, there we go.
Cool. Okay, so it isn't.
It used
Sorry,
money.
I had put it with parentheses on my weapons list. I didn't actually. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, great, perfect.
He's got one eye. He's got one arm. He's in the showers. All right, let's go.
Getting rid of my poncho because I don't need it.
Does anyone know if the gas is flammable?
CN20 nerve gas is not flammable.
I have to check.
Understandable.
Fair. I am going. What? There we go. I am going to, swap out.
I'm actually trying to find, and I apologize while you do the swappage of your materials.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
I'm
find in the
moving I'm
core.
moving some things around. Yeah.
Trying to find somewhere either in the core rulebook or in the Colonial Handbook, the Colonial Marines Operations Manual, about CN20 nerve gas. I know you guys have access to it. Oh yes, Maeve.
Yeah.
Tell us
I
about CN20 nerve gas, please.
Well, CN20 nerve gas. It says CN20 nerve agent. This deadly nerve gas has lasting results on an enemy and anyone else unlucky enough to be within its range. When there are no other options, it's time to roll a canister or two. A signature canister will affect everything within one zone. roll a stress dice at the start of each round. It says on a success, the gas dissipates. In contaminated zones, all humans without a hazmat suit must make a stamina roll with a -3 mod for each round before performing any actions. Failure means suffering 1 point of damage and getting a stress point. And again on each of the following rounds, even if the victim leaves the contaminated zone.
Oh my
If the
gosh.
victim is broken while suffering the effects of the nerve agent, they must make a death roll every round.
Oh god.
The only way to
Oh.
save the victim's life at this point is a hard -2 medicine aid roll.
Oof. And nowhere
So-
in that description does it say anything about antidotes
There
or
is
anything
none.
like that.
I looked.
And it's not
Yeah, it looks
flammable
true.
because most nerve gas is not flammable. It's just
So we
fucking
have
awful.
So we absolutely need a hazmat suit.
Well, he gave you rebreathers,
Ah,
right?
I don't know if that'll work with this. It seems like if
It sounds like that was specifically written in that we would get them.
Yeah.
It is specifically written in, just to sort of go off script here for a sec, it is specifically written for the purposes of this nerve gas, as well as the fact that I think when you got that readout, Maeve, where did you get that from? The CMOM or from the core book?
I am on the Colonial Marines Operation Manual,
Got it.
and it is on page 74.
Cool. Thank you for that. I think for the purposes of hazmat suits / rebreathers, since it's gas, right, and you have to breathe it, that the rebreathers will actually prevent what the hazmat suits will prevent just as easily.
Perfect.
Okay. Any
so
questions?
No,
Yeah, go ahead,
so
Sam.
no need, yes, no need for the hazmat.
No need for a hazmat suit. That's correct.
I mean, I do have a question.
Yes.
I'm not a Marine. Do I get things from Mother too?
Yeah, you do.
I hope.
You
Okay,
get-
good.
No, it's like Marine, good. Marine, it's like not a Marine. You get
Well,
nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
I'm only wondering because when we started last mission, I wasn't able to get anything, so it was like.
For all
crap.
intents and purposes, there are what are known as warrant officers, which are usually placed with Marines in order for them to be better equipped for a variety of situations. But warrant officers, as far as I know, are non-military personnel who are brought in on military operations. Please excuse me, those of you who are like in the armed services and who know a heck of a lot more about warrant officers than I do. I'm gonna do a Google search and make sure I'm gonna fact check, because you guys, I've gotten so many comments from people who are like, I was in the Corps, you guys are doing it wrong, they would never have done this, and I'm like, whoa, chill. This is space, this is fantasy, this is space fantasy, this is not real. I am super impressed with your tenacity and service, and we salute you, but this is not the same. So hell, I'm just making this off the cuff, ladies and gentlemen, and help
Good job.
help me. Don't kill me on the internets. But yeah, warrant officers are often, as far as I know, attached to, just like, oh, you know what? Here's a perfect example. Bishop in Aliens was a warrant officer. Bishop was definitely not a Marine. So for all intents and purposes, yes, warrant officers make up the technical foundation of the U.S. Army, including Army pilots. Warrant officers specialize in many technical areas, including intelligence, aviation, and engineering. So they serve as the Army's technical experts and trusted advisors. There you go. Oftentimes, warrant officers are enlisted soldiers, and it is a specific program for, at least for the Army. I would say it's probably for the same as other arms of the armed forces, branches of the armed forces, I should say, that they would be soldiers technically, but in the world of Alien RPG, there are certainly warrant officers who do not fit the bill, and they are non-military personnel.
Well, I mean, I'm not a warrant officer though either.
That's true. That's true. You are just a medic who has been sort of
Thrown in-
conscripted. This is 2 campaigns where you've been conscripted into armed service, Maeve. I don't know what that means, but hey, what do you do? That's right. Chaplain was a warrant officer.
I have done my loadout.
Okay.
So I dropped 2 of my firebomb canisters. I picked up 2 buckshot canisters. I got rid of the poncho. I grabbed my stun baton.
Stun
Which I
baton. Very nice.
Yeah, which I had. That was part of my initial loadout, and I've never taken it with me. I always left it on the ship, so I grabbed my stun baton. I was considering my riot shield, but no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, worst case, I do have one, so...
So you
You have
guys
a riot shield? Oh, there you go.
ostensibly
Remember
just
that you have that because you've used a slow action. It increases your armor by like 3.
you can requisition whatever you need from
and
Mother.
I also requisitioned 2 nap relief.
2 nap relief. Okay. That's
And I grabbed the
perfectly
2 med kits that I had previously left on board the ship.
totally fine. Anyone else want to just make sure that your, like I said, just make sure that your encumbrance does not go overboard. Right?
Also, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The pulse rifles are supposed to come with the grenade launchers, right?
They do. They come with an underslung U1 grenade launcher, which you guys have been forgetting to use.
I have not been forgetting to use them because that's what my canisters go
Yes.
in, I believe.
We have been ridiculously in melee combat. We don't want to splash damage. There's a difference.
It's true.
Well,
Question.
We're bad at combat tactics.
No, you're
Yeah,
not. You're really good
also-
at it. You're alive.
yeah, because I don't see the grenade launcher part of my attack.
Oh, you don't have it? That's fine. No worries.
You may have accidentally taken it out at some point.
It's fine. I'll put it back.
Because, yeah, the buckshot canisters and the firebomb canisters that I use both go in that launcher. That's what they do.
I will add it back, sir. I see that you only have the pulse rifle and the cutting torch. No worries. I will add it back.
Gotcha.
When calculating encumbrance, do you count the weight of the armor?
No.
Cool. Okay.
Good
But
question.
you do count the weight of your weapons. So what I did to alleviate the fact that it doesn't account for the EMI pack is I reduced the. Actually, I need to fix. I took one item off by making my knife and my pistol not weigh anything.
That's a smart idea.
You know,
And
I was
then
wondering,
I'll take-
should you put in, because armor does have a weight, right? Just wondering if we should put armor as with the encumbrance value, because anything that has a weight should be attributed to encumbrance, right? This is just me talking to you guys. I mean, I'm not
I
of one
don't-
mind or the other.
I don't necessarily know.
Because my number for encumbrance is just totally weird right now.
What do you mean? Like it's bad or?
So like it says I'm at 10, but I'm counting up the numbers, and it's clearly not going to be 10.
Look at the weights on your weapons. In the weapons, the actual weapons, like under the firing, there is a weight. I just changed a bunch of mine to zeros to take away the extra 2 pounds that I get from the IMP.
Yeah, M3 personnel armor, which you guys all have, is armor rating 6 but weight 1. So it is in fact something that you should be, I think, and although we haven't been doing
Okay.
it up until now, it doesn't make a humongous difference, but it does make some. So it's worthwhile mentioning if you're going to add that, please do so with the need
Cool.
of putting that in encumbrance, please.
I'll do that by adding some weight back to my weapons. I'm just double checking.
Yeah, I have
making sure I have the correct weights on them.
Of course.
I have a Kevlar vest, which that's why you want.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll put away a smart gun reload and take a med kit.
I can't seem to find the carbon kit anywhere on the list.
The what now?
The carbon kit?
Carbon kit? What's a carbon kit?
Mission item that we got last mission. I think it was for collecting samples, maybe.
Carbon kit.
CBRN.
Oh, that's not a...
Sorry.
CBRN stands for chemical, biological, radioactive. That's a CBRN. That's yeah.
Oh.
That is yeah. I was like, carbon kit. What the hell's a carbon kit? Yeah, CBRN is indeed. It's in tools under the items that we have. I think it's under. If you look in the table in Roll 20, you should see it in the list of tools, I believe.
Okay.
Let me just check. Tools and diagnostics. Let's check it out. If it's not there, then I will be more than happy to. Just,
I
if it's
don't
not there,
have tools and diagnostics.
So-
I have vehicles, weapons, and
under tables and rules on the right-hand side, you should see all the tables, like everything. Might be under uniforms and other equipment. Let's just
found
check.
it.
Yes, it's a CBRN detection kit.
That's
the
probably.
one. It's under
Well, actually-
uniforms and other equipment.
Would that help us to detect the nerve gauge?
Absolutely.
I'm keeping
Oh,
that.
yeah. Definitely deep that.
Mm-hmm. I think, Isaac, I have given you your grenade launcher correctly. It's the third item in your sheet.
I can see it.
Awesome. Anyone else have any gear questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say that as you guys are gearing up in the locker room, and of course, Mother having the requisition station in the locker room, you notice that the requisition ticket, essentially, that you've all been given as you're either asking Mother or inputting into Mother for additional items or for items that you have like nap relief, etc. That there is indeed from Colonel Myers a specific requisition for 5 rebreather masks, right? 1 for each of you, which is an air supply 2. So once you use it, it gives you fresh air for, with 2 power.
Oh, it's Air 2. Okay.
Air 2.
I had that on there.
Which is great. As well as 2 RMAT Type 4 assault breaching charges. Now, you guys are familiar with these, I'm sure, already. You know what they can do, and you know what they ought not to do. And that's the purpose of that, not really known. But you could probably assume that if you need to get in places, they'll be very useful.
I'll grab one of them.
All right. Who's taking the other? Who can
I'll take the other.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still 1.5 under.
Perfect.
I'm taking 3 pups and 1 suppressed pup, keeping the muzzle suppressor, and I'm going to add a winch to the inventory just in case we do the thing.
Cool. Winches.
So the folding trench.
The folding.
winch.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
We should be able to find rope, or do you think we should bring rope too?
Yeah, that it comes with the winch, at least listed in the roll 20
Okay.
page for
Cool.
Anyone want to bring a 10-foot pole?
it. I'd like to touch the trap with my 10-foot pole.
Oh my
That
god,
pole.
why did I never do that when Zeke had a 10-foot pole?
I don't
My
know. Sarah.
God.
I don't know where you put the 10-foot pole either, because you never we never
It was just
really
strapped
talked
to
about
my
it.
back. It was just really maybe
You had a
folded,
lot of
I
things
don't
strapped
know.
to your back. Zeke was like that old puppet woman in Labyrinth. Like she
Yes.
just had all that
Most-
stuff.
Everything just went in my
Oh,
tower. It all
she
went in the
was
tower.
Well, I mean, that and the
My
hoarder.
tower
too.
of-
She was a hoarder. You're right.
I was a hoarder. For a long time, I was a compulsive hoarder.
Good times.
Good times. All right. Enough talking about other campaigns.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions about gear? If not, we'll move on.
Any opinions on a muzzle suppressor?
Talk to Mr. Muzzle Suppressor down there.
Yeah, he has one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm actually going to go back more into recon and stealth for this mission based on that pitch.
I just realized that a muzzle suppressor on a smart gun is kind of silly.
I think that's hilarious. It's
It's like putting a
it's-
hat on an alligator.
Oh my god.
I love that.
Oh my god.
It looks pretty, but there's still a lot of teeth.
I could just see Summers like, let's rock.
Oh, it must be raining.
Nice.
Some.
Is it
All right, so let's-
specifically.
Let's actually talk strategy. Group input on the wide open space with the sonic fence, the precarious descent of falling to our death, what is very likely a kill box that we can easily get gassed in. How do we want to die?
Killbox.
Pillbox.
A box.
Killbox is the easiest
Yeah?
approach and the best way to get the civs out.
I mean, I'm choosing not to die personally, but
I mean, that's a joke. It's a joke name, but some of these civs probably injured trying to get them to climb a fucking cliff when we don't even know who they are. Like, it could be a bunch of 75-year-old women.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the chat a favor, and let's bring up the map of the area that you guys have seen.
Oh, it wasn't up earlier? Then
No,
my
it was.
makes
I
no
just want to,
sense.
like, as you guys are discussing
he doesn't
it,
have it in chat.
I don't have it right now in chat, but I want to show, like, you guys have it as a handout, but like as you're talking about it, I think it would be useful for them to see what it is that you guys are actually referring to. Or like, okay, so we're gonna go down south and then come up from the north, and I'm like, oh shit, I probably should tell them.
Because
like,
trying to breach that sonic fence is literally just begging to let them know we're here.
Yeah, that's
Kulhavy's probably sharpening a Bowie knife and constantly tapping at this map on the wall. Even though it's like a projection map, he's just making little pock marks on the wall with the tip of the knife as he's pointing at stuff.
And also for reference, the colonial rig was where the Marines were killed.
that is correct.
So we could get them to a shelter.
If necessary, yeah.
Is that enough distance? What's the distance on this again?
Are the little fine
1,000.
blue lines that look like cityscapes
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
sky, are those just more markings?
That is correct.
Okay.
There. That
And
is
also-
much more adept version of the map that everyone in chat can see now.
And also, the gas is only in the kivas.
That is correct, according
Yes.
to what Myers has told you. That's correct.
And
Okay.
he thinks it's been dissipated at this point in time, that it's just there.
They may have it in barrels. I mean, it's
Yeah,
still
but that
a
it's not
potential
currently
threat.
in the air. Yeah, it's a potential threat, but it's not an ongoing. It's not like we're going to be in it the whole time we're down there.
That's what he says.
Would we
And-
know the
Theoretically.
blast radius on a nuke?
Depends
Everything.
it depends on the megaton of the nuke.
We just
I think-
flew away from one the day before.
Yeah,
so-
I think for the purposes of this map, the blast radius is yes.
Should I just write like, don't be here when it,
I
like,
guess-
on the map? Yeah.
I guess what I'm wondering is if we've got the outpost and the rig in the canyon, would those two buttes disperse enough of
No.
Two
the-
buttes. I had to say it. I'm sorry. I was that
Two
guy.
buttes
The two
fall into a
buttes.
mesa canyon. So, because that could be a decent backup plan if we don't kill everybody on the way out, and we have to actually run for shit without just running from a timer.
If we need to
But-
run for shelter, I think that's a good place to run to. But you know what? But that's not where we're gonna land, because that's
3,000
a
and
much longer trek.
changes. Yeah. No, I'm just thinking about the end game now. I'm not worried about us getting in there. I'm already thinking about exfiltration.
Look, you know that shit is just gonna hit the fan once we land, so let's worry about that when it has to happen. If we don't all get blown to shit. Or gassed or eaten by some strange life form. Like, hey, who's got bets? Taking bets now.
On gas versus what?
Versus yet another new life form that wants to kill us.
$50, definitely a life form.
Oh, see, that's the side I was gonna take.
Oh, here that we get screwed over by like other
right.
bad Marines.
I kind of look around. Masters actually, like, instead, like, grabs, like, a random, like, scrap of paper off the floor or something, pops out a pen, and writes on it, where is it? $50, this Alwalia chick is part of Deep Void.
What's the likely chance of death
And
by...
just kind of, like, holds it up and is like, "Meh, any takers? Any takers?"
I'll hold up a
death-
20.
I
20?
don't actually have any money, so
I'll take that bet.
I'll take it for 20.
Do I actually get anybody?
Summers comes up, pulls out a 20. Someone gets their ass bit by one of the Arcturus. Jaw style.
By an Arcturian, they're our friends.
No, the Arcturus. The other species.
Oh.
Man, I was about to put in like local fauna or flora.
I look at Summers and I was like, I'll take that bet.
You know, you guys can't win
Just
money
'cause
if you're all dead. I'm just saying.
Just
like,
because
if
I want to
everybody's
let it
dead,
happen.
nobody wins anything. I'll just take all your money. Is that cool?
No.
So I get 20 from Kulhavy if Alwali is part of Deep Void. Summers gets 20 for me if someone is bitten by an Arcturus.
Does Mother have any information on these sonic fences?
She doesn't have specific knowledge on this sonic fence, but she says that sonic fences are used, within UA hospitable worlds to remove the threat of potential dangerous fauna that creatures that have a propensity towards either high or low tolerance for specific sonic ranges. They will be repressed by those particular sonic fields.
And speaking of fields, what do we know about this bio-national farm that's sitting innocuously in the southeast corner of the map?
There you go. Nobody asked about the farm. Nobody asked about the bio-national farm. You look and you just sort of, query, Mother, bio-national farm? What's up with that? You are made aware by Mother, where is it? Here we go, that the particular farm was actually, that you see on the map is an abandoned farm, which was burned down in late 2177, according to their records. This is a bioengineered wheat farm.
There it is.
Oh, wheat.
So they can make whiskey.
What did you think I said, Center?
I know what he said.
Bioengineered wheat farm. Yeah, you put your alien in there.
It's only legal in Arcturian, Colorado.
Why they don't want to go anywhere? They're great.
I'm fine. That's good. Let's have some munchies. What the fuck, man?
Arcturian wheat.
You ever wonder,
Is
who
weed.
drew these giant signs on the floor, man?
Aliens, man. It's aliens.
No, they did. They were just so fucking high they don't remember.
What if we could communicate them by, drawing them pictures?
Come back to us. Come back to us. We're all friends.
I mean, you said their eyes were black. That's just because it's all pupil.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's 100%.
Their eyes are so starry right now.
Oh my god.
Okay. And that was burned down. No other updates in that. Okay.
How many years ago was that based on? I don't know what the current
This is
year
2184, so...
Okay.
That's...
10 years.
Yeah.
10 years.
No,
Okay.
13
7
years.
years.
Oh, 7 years.
7 years.
7
7
years.
years.
Sorry.
All right,
I
cool.
can't math.
Math is hard.
It's hard. Any other items on the map that you guys need further information on?
I'm actually going to turn to Newt for a second and go, Can you do any fancy tech magic with those sonic fences? Maybe turn it back on them?
I mean, hey, nothing I can't handle with whatever tech stuff you need me to do.
Has anyone seen, this is a while back, for those of you who are relatively young, I apologize, but this is a relatively recent series. It's called the series Lost. Has anyone seen the series Lost?
Yep.
Somewhere around season 3, season 4, they had a sonic fence, which they found, which emitted this ridiculously sort of high intensity sonic, power that made people's heads explode.
To actually watch that show.
Oh yeah, it's... Yeah.
Well, I watched the first couple episodes and then I missed one, and this was like the pre-DVR days, and came back and I'm like, wow, I'm really confused. I
Yeah.
missed one episode. I don't know what's going on.
It's fine.
I guess I don't watch this anymore.
Yeah. But just so like, if you have any point of reference, you could YouTube Sonic Fence Lost, and you'll understand what this does.
In the meantime, should we gear up and see what fresh hell waits us downstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well.
All right.
I did actually have one question, actually. Can I ask Mother about the holotab I found?
Sure. What do you want to ask her?
I just want to know more about it.
Standard PDAT.
Is it a standard PDAT? I thought it was...
Which holotab are you referring to, by the way? This is Maeve. I'm sorry. Which one are you talking about?
I found a holotab on the floor when we were fighting the Davidovich units. Well, we
I
weren't
think
fighting
that-
them, when they got murdered.
That was your random gear drop, right?
That
Yeah, it
was your
was.
random gear drop. Yeah. So that's just a holotab. Are you talking about
Just-
what it does?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Let me look again in the tools and diagnostics.
We have used them in the past to record conversation. Sadly,
Holotabs
the one that we had
are
all our shit on got destroyed.
a holotab. Well, holotabs are different from PDATs. Holotabs are specifically, they are a very expensive kind of like mobile unit for showcasing strategic analysis, usually for like battles. So the holotab that you found, which is probably one of the most extremely expensive things that you could potentially find, hilarious, is like the size of a large, like a large Surface. You know those Microsoft Surface flat panel like displays. That is about the size of it, and it's a holographic display. So you can press things on it and like manipulate things Iron Man style on it to do strategic analysis for it. It also gives you a +2 to command.
Yes, it does.
Oh, cool.
Right, I'm using it, right?
Take it. It's yours.
I'm just thinking it'd probably be very useful for the mission, as well.
If we're looking for a name for our new ship, there's also, I was thinking that one suggestion could be the Tamba 2.
You already did name it though.
It was already?
Yep,
It's
the USS Dragonfly.
It was
Okay,
renamed.
it was pre-named. Gotcha.
You can change the name when it was
Yeah.
done. You could.
I mean, the Ganon fodder wasn't always the Ganon fodder.
That's true.
That's true.
I feel like we should see what she can do, and then we can give her a name.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other gear or map or any other order questions? Operation questions?
Yeah, I'm ready to step in some shit.
Winters, Kulhavy, Summers, Isaac.
I'm good.
Okay.
Good old...
Double strength +2, right? Total encumbrance.
That's correct.
How many
Yeah.
nap relief can I requisition?
4.
Okay, I will absolutely do that.
Okay. So you'll have a total of 6. 4 for you and 2 for Kulhavy.
I have 9 now, actually.
Fantastic.
And I have 2.
Great.
And I still have an RMAT left over from last mission.
Yes.
We only use one of the breaching
I
charges.
have a question actually for Winters.
Yes.
Winters, in the last session, you gave a lot of very, very much needed help, medical help,
Yes, I did.
to several members of our little crew here.
Mhm.
Who were those people?
I gave them to everyone. And I remember how many I gave to each one of us, too.
Could you recount that for us, please?
I can, yes. Myself and Kulhavy had 3, and everyone else had 2.
And when you say 3 and 2,
Three.
what are you referring to?
The nap relief?
So you're talking about doses of nap relief.
That is correct.
Okay. Kulhavy had 3, you had 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Cool. And everyone else had 2.
Yes.
Kulhavy, as you're gearing up and you strap on your materials and obtain what you need from Mother and sort of look to the rest of your crew, strap your gear on, strap your arm on, make sure that it's tight, make sure all of the stuff is there. You look over at your other hand and it is shaking uncontrollably. We're talking like Saving Private Ryan Tom Hanks shaking.
Can I make a command roll on myself?
Nope.
Okay.
No one else doesn't seem to notice. It's just you. Take a stress point.
Okay.
After about 30 seconds of watching it jitter, you watch the tension in your hand, no matter how much you try to sort of will it away, slowly relax, and you feel that your fingers can once again operate normally. But that's weird. Anywho, the 5 of you are more than welcome to head to your new ship.
I just noticed something.
What's that?
Anytime we drink alcohol, it is a -1 to stress,
Yeah, I've been discounting it because you guys
but
are
also
Marines.
a -1 to wit.
Otherwise I'd be like, oh, you guys are morons at this point in time because you're just drinking so much. Like, oh god. It's like
We don't
Barney
drink
from The
that
Simpsons.
often.
You drink a lot. That's fine.
No, I just saw that when I was looking at the drugs and pharmaceutical section.
Yeah, I feel like it's fine for a certain amount of time, but like, you know, at a certain point, like you're like, oh god, I'm so stressed. Pass me a beer. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, fair. that video game mechanics. Hold on, I need to make this shot. Let me just smoke a cigar and drink a bottle of whiskey real quick.
It's so Fallouty, if you know what I mean, right?
It's also very, very Red Dead
Skyrim.
Redemption.
It is Red Redemption. It's very video gamey. So
Yeah,
I
just eat a whole feast.
yes, exactly. Quick, eat all these apples. I'll be fine. I'll just eat all these apples. I've got bullet
Right,
holes
I'm
in me,
gonna-
but I'll just eat all these apples.
Wait, I missed my shot. I'm in the middle of combat. Let me smoke a cigarette real
Yes.
fast. Okay, there we go.
What?
Speaking of alcohol, though, Summers does do a shot before leaving.
That's no problem.
Masters does still have the vodka on her from the last planet.
Okay. So I'm going to move you guys to the Mantis craft, the USS Dragonfly, where you guys all sit and you can take your spots. Who's going to code in the command to go and to where you are going to be, where you're landing?
I think I still got the highest piloting.
You definitely do.
Okay. I take the big chair.
Is this a prom dress?
That's a prom dress.
It is indeed a prom dress. So the Mantis has actually quite a lot of very cool stuff on it.
Yeah.
Number one, it does have an area for an APC right here. Although at this point in time there is no APC, unfortunately. There are it has a couple of interesting pieces of equipment that you didn't notice before. One is a system of a section of the system that says cloaking device.
Ooh.
One more time?
Cloaking device.
Nice. Stealthy
Do I have to
stealth
say it
time.
sexier? I'll say cloaking device.
Now say it like a Romulan.
Cloaking device.
Now say nuclear vessel.
Nuclear. We are searching for nuclear vessels. I got called out on the internet for that. That was really funny. It's like, hey,
great.
his Russian accent was great, except when he went nuclear vessels. I'm like, I'm sorry, I did that. Sorry. But yes, you do see an area that says cloaking device.
What do cloaking device?
What do? How is Babby formed?
What's my number adjustment to rolls for stealth?
What is bad milk robot?
No, the cloaking device is it simply makes your ship, just like if you remember in during the ship combat, sensors. Remember that where you had to actually
yeah.
lock onto a target before firing. Cloaking device simply removes your ability to be detected to 0. It makes your signature 0.
Nice.
So that's really useful.
Is there a limited number of uses on that?
It depends on the. I mean, it is a component of your ship, so it's powered by your ship. So any component damage could potentially damage the cloaking device.
Gotcha. And it has a prom dress.
The
I see.
details on this map are amazing.
Yeah,
I know
it's
it's
really
really well done. So
It's got
kudos.
toilets and showers.
That's one thing that you never see in sci-fi, right? Is toilets. Like where do they poop?
And dungeons.
And dungeons. Where do
Space,
they?
no one can see you poop.
Masters is spray painting the prom dress pink.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Hit me. Actually, they're yellow, so it's not like you're gonna like
Exactly.
reduce the signature anymore or
Painting
less.
it pink.
So yeah. Let me just quickly refer back to the other items that the Mantis spacecraft have, and I'll tell you what other kind of cool stuff.
So one of us can't die because there's only 4 cryo tubes here.
Yeah, it's not meant for sort of long distance travel per se, but it does have a slipstream hyperdrive in it, so that you can actually go long distances without necessity of being carted to and fro on a frigate or a cruiser. Where is? I think it's under vehicles. There we go. The Mantis craft. Let me open
There's
it.
a medical station in here. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so obviously it's powered by artificial intelligence to some degree. Air scrubbers, has a vehicle bay and a cargo bay. Has a galley. You guys can make your meals in it. A med lab.
Nice.
Winters, just for you. A cryo deck, actually, with 4 cryopods. There's an emergency escape vessel or vehicle called an EEV. So if things get tight, hit the escape pods, folks. There's obviously a docking umbilical on the bottom of the ship. Cargo hold, a tractor hitch, which is kind of cool, that like you can literally just pull vehicles on the bottom.
Nice.
At this point in time, in terms of firepower, you see that it has a light railgun turret right in the smack dab of the cockpit, underslung on the cockpit, as well as 8 short Lance ASAT missiles. It has an FTL rating of 14, which means that it's pretty darn fast. It has a +3 on thrusters, again pretty nimble. A hull of 5, so please don't get shot. And an armor rating of 5, again. Please don't get shot. Beyond that, it's got a great version of Mother 6000, the new upgraded version of Mother.
Nice.
That's what you got.
Yeah.
There's a joke about new mothers, but I can't write it right now. I'm staring at these.
It's fine. Let's go back to the map quickly and just tell me where you're plugging in the coordinates to land.
The canyon to the northeast, like the passage from the canyon to the northeast.
Yeah, if we've already got the breathing masks, that seems like the best move.
Here, I'll do you a favor, actually. I will, I'll just bring you to the Jasper Nielsen Siren map. How's that?
Thank you, Jasper.
That is so cool.
That is.
Ain't that the nicest shit ever? Let me make sure that chat can see that.
We're so tight.
Oh.
There we go.
Dang.
So yeah, this is the Guardian Belt, folks. This is what this is the area that that you saw sort of in green and white, but now made, of course, very, very nicely done by Jasper Nielsen Siren. So go ahead and ping on the map, folks, where it is that you want to land. And I'll adjust.
Yeah. Because worst comes to worst, if they're pursuing us up this canyon, we can try and use those breaching charges to cause a landslide.
Sure. Let me think.
My thought was one to give us an escape defense against the first wave, and then one if we stealth well along the sonic walls so that we can draw them away from the city.
Okay. That's fine. That works for me. That's better. Okay, cool. So, great. I will give it the dropship sound as you guys leave your ship and plug in the key sounds. And then everybody straps in, and you hear, of course, the sound of Mother saying, "Release from Tambatam in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hold on to whatever you can." And then you hear the sort of the ship doors open and down the mantis goes into the atmosphere of Arcturus.
Masters kind of looks around and goes, huh, almost feels weird doing this without a sieve to puke all over themselves.
Oops, sorry, I messed that up. I messed up the damn dropship sound. Let's try that again. Oh, there we go. It's back.
Hanging in there.
The atmosphere, as you drop into onto the planet Arcturus, is actually quite interesting. You see a cloud cover, and you see that these are sort of dark gray clouds, indicating that there is precipitation over this planet. And as you sort of move, as the ship, actually, you don't even need to pilot it at all because the ship pilots you. You see a series of blue-green lakes, enormous sort of Grand Canyon-esque crevasses and mountain ranges, mesas, buttes, etc., all over this planet. And eventually you do, in fact, land in the area indicated right over here next to an enormous ravine. I'm going to zoom in. Boop. Right there. And I'll shift ping you. Who's making squares on my map?
Sorry, I was going to try and draw along the sonic wall.
So yeah, you do sort of drop the ship.
Oh my God, map, why? Stop.
Right by this enormous sort of sonic fence, which seems to be, which ends seemingly like right there.
And we need to go this way.
Yeah. Remember, this is slow going, so don't run your butts like 1,000 meters to the southwest, because
no,
it ain't gonna happen. However, let me give you guys a little bit of ambiance as you walk into this particular. Let's see if I can give you some. Where is it? Some wind sounds. Let's see where I can get some wind. Hold on, folks. I know I have it somewhere. Screw it. I'll just give you some music instead. Let's go with subtle music. Let's see. How about this? How's that?
All right.
Can you guys hear that?
I
Just sort of like very subtle,
no,
sort of.
I don't know what my master volume is.
Yeah, there we go.
Now I can hear.
Cool. So, as your dropship lands and you all sort of funnel out of the dropship onto this planet, you realize that it's relatively dry in the areas that you've just landed and come out on. But in the distance, you do see that there are enormous sort of thunderheads that seem to be depositing some sort of precipitation. Far from your position, though, that's for sure. And where you've landed, it is desolate. There is no one here at all. You did pass on your way around the Grand Kivas these enormous signs that were inscribed into the ground. And you don't know what they mean. They do seem to be very primitive looking, sort of, you remember from, teaching, well, actually from learning your basic history in grade school, elementary school, and college, that like back on Earth, pre-settlement, pre-extraplanetary settlement, that your learnings did include some sort of relatively primitive Earth cultures, and some of them were like these Peruvian Indians called the Nazcas.
The Inca.
Was it? Are they the Incas or the Nazcas?
It's the Inca. The Nazca lines are in Nazca. That's the name of this
My
town
fault.
they're in.
Thank you for correcting me. I thought they were called
No
the
problem.
Nazcas.
I've been there. I've seen them.
Oh shit, they're amazing. But yeah, I mean, like, how could they have known what these things would look like unless they were like hundreds or maybe even 1,000 feet up in the air? Like, what kind of technology would you have to be like, no, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right. Okay, stop. All right, now go about half a mile south and start there, right? Like, how could you know that if you were on the ground? Something in the air above these enormous drawings had to be there had to be some kind of guidance from above. You don't see like any plateaus or anything like that near these enormous drawings, so that's the only reasonable explanation. But yeah. What do you guys want to do?
Start making our approach, I guess, as
Okay.
unobtrusively as possible.
Sure.
Not gonna lie, this surely does beat the last plan we were on.
Yeah, you say that now.
They're not full plateaus, but aren't buttes sort of like a plateau? Like we could get some height and an observation.
Absolutely. Yeah, the buttes that you see are flat-topped hills. They're not like mesas that you see in like Arizona or New Mexico, something like that, but they're very close to it. They're sort of just elevated landforms with relatively steep sides. As you approach one of these buttes, even from a relatively far distance, you see that there are like holes carved into the sides of some of these buttes. These holes are not like small holes either. These are holes that are about, 10 feet tall, 10 feet wide. And they're relatively evenly spaced, so they're not natural formations.
They look like they were carved by tools or by creatures.
Make an observation roll.
Yes.
Yeah, they do look like they were carved, at least from this distance, by tools, although relatively primitive tools, you would think.
All right, well, small favors, I guess.
How many of these holes on the side of a butte?
From
specifically, maybe this one over here.
Yeah, I mean, from your position, I was thinking more like the buttes here to the northeast, as well as to the northwest of you too. You see like 5 or 6 holes apiece from where you're standing.
And then that means that this honeycomb-looking network down here on this butte is more of those holes.
Oh yes, very much so. We're talking dozens, if not hundreds of them.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Fuck away.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't like it.
Has anyone read the Junji Ito story about the holes in the cliff?
No,
Oh, no.
Please regale us. What story are you referring to?
Oh no.
Long story short, it's a little horror story about how person-shaped holes started appearing into a cliff, and people were drawn to it because they realized each hole is slightly different, customed to one specific person. And they kept, and the people who got there and found their hole were drawn to it and kept going further and further in.
Now I want to find the story.
Well,
It's a very twisted ending at the end, and I'm going to spare the audience of it. Because even me, Mr. I'm going to scare everyone with my made-up dreams about my alien character, will not finish it.
Ooh.
Okay, Mr.
Send
Nightmare
me
Fuel.
the inferno, because now I want to read this.
Oh no.
Wow. Noted.
How high up are these buttes, Matt?
The tallest of the buttes rise up about, I would say, based on your, the topography of the map that you're seeing, about 150 feet.
Definitely
I feel like
not
observations.
to climb that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kulhavy's gonna climb.
Okay. Go ahead and make a. Well, which one are you climbing and where? Let's
You
start
brought
with
the
that.
winch, didn't you?
I've got the winch. So if I could set up like a section by section, maybe like footholds type thing, I'd like to climb this one.
Okay, that's pretty far away from your position. You remember that the
Yeah.
That's. I mean, let me see if I actually mapped out exactly how long away it is. It's about like 1,000 meters from your position.
We've got comms.
Sure, absolutely. You're gonna just take a little hike.
I think the best course of action here is for me to assess what the hell we're actually getting into. Maybe take a little look up there. So, and we just see nothing but desolate right here, yeah?
Correct, yeah. From that position, I mean, remember, this is about a, little less than a click away, but it is straight, level, flat.
Before I head out, can I just make an observation and sort of like look for tracks, be it foot tracks, creature tracks,
Absolutely,
or tire
yeah.
tracks?
Absolutely. Please do so.
And I don't get any bonuses. Yeah. So that's just observation.
You like the music?
Oh God.
You,
dear.
You like that music there, Scepter?
That's a start.
Yeah, ambient music.
You like it? Yeah, that's good shit. All right. So yeah, I mean, it's a negative success. You don't notice any, unless you want to push. I mean, actually you can't because you get a panic. By my. So yeah, you don't notice any tracks. You don't notice any tire tracks. Maybe the dust and/or the rainfall that seems to have occurred here. You do see that, like, the ground. I'll give you this though: the ground itself is very dusty, but it does show sort of cracks of moisture. Oh shit! You did get.
Did you manage to do that on your first panic
That's
roll?
impressive.
You have Nervous Steel?
I don't.
No,
know.
I don't.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I do have the -2 from Nerves of Steel.
All right.
Oh, nice.
So that's 5.
So you're fine. You feel like that hand is beginning to twitch again, and you're like, nope. And you sort of make a fist with it, and you stop and you push it down.
Yeah. Yeah, we all took the same yoga class.
That was run by me.
Hot. It's all hot yoga.
It's Bolshoi
God.
yoga.
The fireworks have started, you guys.
Oh
Jumped
no!
out of my-
Amazing.
I just jumped out of my fucking skin.
Didn't hear it, Sarah. I didn't hear it at all.
When someone
Cool.
plays this back, they're gonna see me suddenly go.
Well, we hear that. We say that all the time when you do your cat. Like, your cat like
That's
jumps
true.
on your face. So,
Mhm.
par for the course.
All right, kitties.
I think then Kulhavy is going to shake off the panic and stealth his way the 1,000 meters, and then begin an ascent so that he can sort of flick open the scope on this scope rifle and sort of see how many are moving around on the outside, and offer information. A
Master's
gentle
gonna-
split of the party.
Master's gonna go with him and stay at the base to guard his
Bullet.
return. Yeah.
Actually, I was gonna ask if I can go with him as well.
Sure. So who's staying? Who's staying with the?
I mean, we can all move to the base if he ascends from this chasm back here. Then
sure.
Yeah.
we've got cover from there.
That was my plan.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Well,
we
let's
can hold the bottom.
Okay.
And then if anyone wants to climb with him, they can.
I've also got a winch, so we can.
The winch
I
I could do
twins.
2.
You're a winch mom.
Who's yeah, just move yourselves, guys, to the area that you're moving to, but don't go too far from the. So everybody's going. Everyone's like, yeah,
I'm
he's
gonna-
going. I'll go. Yeah, let's go.
right. I'm gonna guard this entrance to the pass.
Okay.
If I guess Newt wants to guard the northern entrance.
Yeah, there is indeed a pass between the buttes. Now, as you approach the pass, I'd like the person who has the lowest observation to make an observation check.
-5.
7.
5.
6, 7, 8. Wait.
The lowest observation.
You're gonna be higher than
Oh
me.
my. Wow. Okay,
Winters,
so my
what's yours?
observations-
Do I add my wits and observation?
Yes, you add them
yes.
together.
Okay, then yeah, mine's 8.
5.
So then it's
We have
Winters.
3 5s.
Sounds like Winters has
3
the lowest
5s.
observation.
Is everybody 3 and 2? 3 wits, 2 observation.
3 wits, 2 observation.
5 woods and 3 observation.
We're not asking about you.
So it sounds like we have 3 5s. Is that correct?
We have 3 5s.
And that's the lowest of all the 3.
Yes.
So I don't know. Fucking decide.
And we're all 3 and 2.
Choose one person.
I've already made one successful observation, so that's my luck for the day.
I'll do it.
Okay, that works too.
Go for it.
Yeet.
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
We're fucked.
Summers, as you follow Kulhavy into this pass, you look back towards you look back towards Masters, who sort of moved back towards the front of the pile here. And Masters, as you move just a little bit sort of southwest of your position, you notice that your boots are starting to stick into the ground. And you're like, okay, that's fine, I can pull them out. And then you realize that you can't.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's
Because the mud in the ground is so viscous that you're actually starting to sink like quicksand. Not like as fast as the quicksand in, say, The Princess Bride, more like the quicksand in, like, and I know I'm dating myself, and who cares if I saw this fucking movie, but it's a great quicksand movie, is the movie Krull. Anybody seen that one? If you haven't, fuck yes.
Really long time ago.
Yeah,
And we're talking quicksand in this area here.
That is well, no, I will be much clearer. I'll drag that more like, as far as you can see, you're not quite sure how far this quicksand lasts or is in terms of its range, but certainly the range that Masters has stepped in, which is right about there. So Masters, as you're starting to sink, you're like, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up and be like, so this is a problem. You might want to set up that winch a little quicker.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna spool out some of the winch, and I'd love to make a stamina to try and base and pull.
Okay. First of all,
I'm gonna wrap it around me and tie it off.
at this point in time, Masters, you are going to take a point of stress.
I figured.
It's understandable. And I would say that if you're going to use a piece of machinery to try to pull her out, heavy machinery roll will be needed.
Do I need to make any kind of roll to tie a knot?
No.
I'm a Marine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
You
tie
know how
it,
to make a wits roll.
I tie it like around my waist so that if it drags up, it'll catch under my armpits.
Indeed.
Machinery?
Heavy machinery, whoever's operating it.
It's not my best roll, but I'll roll it.
I mean,
mean,
what's your heavy machinery? 'Cause it's
0.
between-
4.
I have a 5.
Well,
Wait.
So 3 with strength, yeah.
total of 8.
So wait. This can only be done by someone who's on the winch?
Oh no, it's up to her toes. Oh gee.
Yeah, I'll
It's up
be
to her
the
knees.
physical thing that is holding the winch. I'll let them operate the pulling of the body out.
Alright.
That way it's your roll.
Alright, Radio Shack. Go ahead, Radio Shack.
Operate the winch, Isaac.
One
Hey.
success.
We got one.
Okay, 1 is enough. 1 out of 8, not bad at all. And no stress at all. I would say, Isaac, you are able to, operate you're able to set up the winch quickly in time, and you hear like this enormous grinding of gears.
Good.
And Masters is just pulled out of this sickening muck. Masters, as you come out of this this sort of just horrible slop of mud, you hear this sort of sucking sound. And as you look down, you're like, why do I feel like, oh God. Masters, inside your pants and all over your pants, there are probably about 300 to 400 small insects about that big, and they are clustered all over you. Take another point of stress from seeing it. And you are enormously aware of the fact that these things are inside your outfit, inside your uniform right now.
Sorry about this, guys. I'm gonna strip my clothes off.
Okay, Masters, you pull off your clothes. They're gonna make an attack as you attempt to to yank off all of their buddies. This is I want to see what is their base attack here. It looks like it is a 6 base dice as they attack en masse. So I'll just roll a d6 or base attack of 6. Where is it? I have a base die.
And there's no way. Oh, my armor would be halved then, I guess.
Let's see
Are
if
they
it hits
armor
you.
piercing? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think. No, they are not armor piercing.
Yeah.
Armor piercing maggots. 66s. All right, come on. There we go. All right. Sixes are successes.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh boy.
What?
Oh boy.
Ow.
Wait, what just happened?
Not good.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And no successes on my fucking armor. Jesus Christ.
So, oh boy. Ouch.
Oh my god.
So each one is base dice 1. So 1, 2, 3,
That's
4 damage on
4
Masters.
points of fucking damage from
Masters,
bugs.
you pull off your. You just feel this enormous burning pain, and you just feel like, what the fuck? And you just pull off and scream, and as you do so, like, it just bounces off the canyon walls. Ah! Masters, you guys watch as she pulls off her camo trousers, and her legs are just absolutely, sorry, content warning, are absolutely shredded from these things. Masters is just smacking them, and they fall to the ground in giant heaps, and she just stomps on them, and they're goo. But you look, Masters, and your legs are just ruined. They're just bleeding. What are you down to in health?
3.
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck was that?
What the actual fuck?
Now, these are new alien creatures, so everybody takes a stress point. Not to mention that was fucking stressful, just as it is.
Yeah, I take a stress point in real life.
Yeah, for real. Me too.
Not a fan.
I'm having a flashback to getting sand fleas in my bathing suit when I was a kid.
Sorry, folks.
You were saying this planet was gonna be better?
I definitely did not say that.
No, Newt did.
I know. I look at Newt and I was like, I fucking told you.
Miss Deadeye from chat does remind you who had the bet. Does anyone want to say, is that the bet? What happened to
New
the bet?
alien species.
Yeah.
Someone got bit in the butt,
I did say that someone was going to get bit.
but you did say by the Arctura.
You did say
You said by the
an
Arctura.
Arcturian.
I mean, these technically are members
We
of an
don't know
alien
they're not
species from the
Arcturian,
from the planet Arcturus.
Whatever, I'll pay you when my legs heal. Said I wanted to see it happen, not to me.
Fair.
There.
All right, now that we see it, and Kulhavy is not completely failing an observation check, he's going to remember that he has these pups and try and scan the area now that we sort of know what this muckier ground looks like, so that we can avoid doing this a second time.
All right.
Would you like an observation with...
Yep, with that bonus from the pup.
Yeah, I think it's +2.
It's +2.
Yes.
Nice.
If I wanted to help him map out that area of
Dose.
really bad things, can I do that on the holotab?
No, the holotab doesn't really do it like that. It sort of takes current existing knowledge and then uses a strategic analysis of that knowledge. So that's why the command gives you an additional command to say, go here, do this, fight that way, right? But it doesn't map out unknown areas in that same regard. But with the pup, I mean, you could sort of take that input and throw it into the holotab for some other purpose later on. Absolutely.
Definitely gonna do that.
Yeah. So the pup goes out, scans the area. You do notice that there is quite, at least from the pup's perspective, you sort of see the topology of the land. You don't see any, at least in the range of the pup, which goes out. I don't know what the range of it is, but it's a relatively small range. How many zones is it?
I will pull it up and tell you.
Is it short range, or two? How many zones? 4 zones, something like that.
360-degree scans. 1 zone per round. Any enemies in zones they pass. Extreme range.
Okay, cool. So extreme range is 4 zones. So I'll say it goes out 4 zones. You wait 4 rounds, which is approximately, 10 minutes or so.
If that's 10 minutes, then I get a health point back.
You do get a health point back. You are in safe areas because you're like, I'm not in the mud. I'm not in the mud. I'm fine. I'm safe.
And
Well,
can
no,
I
I
use that?
I was just looking this up. for 5 to 10 minutes of resting.
That is correct, yep. And I think your stress points also go down, too, in safe areas. You're in relatively safe areas. I think
yeah.
all of you guys can go down one stress.
And since we're in a safe area, can I use calming presence?
Yes, your
Reduce
calming
stress.
presence. hmm
Who has the most stress right now?
What do you say with your calming
I think it's
presence,
me with
Winters?
2.
What do you do? Like, what is your calming presence? Do you just, like, emit a glowing aura? I am Winters. Hear me and be healed. Like, what do you do?
Maybe she like helps me clean the maggots off of my
That's
pants.
what I was thinking, is that she's
Sorry, I stole that.
looking at the wounds and just sort of being like, okay, yeah, no, this'll heal. You might have some scarring here and there, but you'll be okay.
Thank you. I'm just like rubbing them in the sand to get the maggot carcasses off of my pants. I'm like turning them inside out and checking them quickly before I put them back on. We will not have pantsless masters for this entire session. Nope.
No Donal ducking.
No.
Literally a theme of Aliens.
It really
Badass
is.
Female protagonist wears
Absolutely.
no pants.
Where's no pants? I mean, well,
Yeah.
like, you got your moment. Don't get me wrong. If she finds new pants in there, she's definitely taking them.
So, Mother, with my
yes.
second observation bonus, can I use that for zone 10-minute round to study the how can I get past them for stunts and sort of like analyze the soil and how they're climbing through possible? Like, can they do like an echolocation and see where the ground is sturdy or not sturdy and see if like is there a lattice work in the buttes? Is there a pattern to this because they're organic creatures? Do they have certain habits and stuff? Can we study them compared to other species? Or is that completely too much?
I think it's a little much. I mean, you're not like a geology, like, recon team. You're a bunch of Marines. I don't think you have that kind of either level of knowledge or level of equipment, to be honest.
Okay.
But I like where you're going with it, though.
Is there a condensed version of that I might get from 10 minutes of observing?
Tell me what you want to know. What's the number one priority?
Well, I wanted, while they're literally healing my teammate, I don't entirely want to split the party, and I'm no longer thinking about my shaking hand. So, Kulhavy realizing, shit, my job is to do the thing. I should do the thing. So, assessing the area and sort of gauging the terrain. He wants to be much more tactical about this because we don't know what we're walking into other than a shit show. So, studying, like, is there a safe ascent? How big is this area? Is this just relegated to
give me one
floor
question.
zones
Give
or
me
do
one
these bogs?
Give me one question that you want answered. What's your top priority?
How do we avoid stepping in this shit again?
Yeah. How do we avoid the maggots?
Gotcha. How do you avoid the maggots? Maggot repellent. Now, from Wayland Yutani. The best way is to somehow or other either go around this mud field. It was hard to see because the ground is so flat, right? The mud itself was just under the surface, like the surface of a 2-week-old cake that has been, like, the outside has been completely crusted over, but if you push it inside, it would just fall in. So that's the key thing, is that there's moisture, and that's where these maggot creatures, these insects, are residing inside the mud surface below this tenuous surface of ground. So you can try to find your way around it, above it, through it, your choice.
Over it?
We can't go under it. We can't go around it. We have to go through it.
Am I crazy and still thinking that the best plan of action is to, like, get up high and look at things, or should we just march?
We need, like, a stick that we can poke the ground ahead of us with.
10-foot pole. See?
10-foot pole.
See? It all comes back. It comes around. Tell you what I'll do. I will give you
To see if
guys.
there's, like, a crutch in the med lab in the ship.
This is where the A-team music kicks in. I will tell you what I will do, folks. I will give you some time to think. In fact, I will give you 5 minutes as we take our break. That has been greatly overdue. It's 11, almost 11:30. So when we come back, you guys will have a plan of action on how to get into the Grand Kvass and around these gross creatures that
This
almost
is like a
ate.
little, because I'm the only one who stepped in it, so it's not that big
So far, yes.
so far.
We don't know if there's any other puddles of it
Oh, no,
don't
for
know.
sure.
up and through.
You don't know. Yet.
Get back in the ship, fly somewhere else today.
Indeed.
I don't like the sound of that. I don't like it.
Great song. I like the sound. I can dance to it. Hey, folks, we'll
I'm a
be back in
songwriter, guys.
5 minutes. Don't count down because I don't have the countdown thing working. So we'll be back soon. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so. When we come back, more Alien RPG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. All right, we're back.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. What's happening? So I've left these 5 to plot to find a way through my little mud puzzle, maggot puzzle, whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
No way.
So I'm interested to know what you guys have given birth to in terms of an idea.
Well,
I think the idea is that, if I'm gathering it all correctly, Kulhavy and Newt are going to be on top observing, as they have the better observation skills, and Master Summers and Winters will be, the plurals, will be minefield sweeping.
we're basically we're gonna try to sweep by cautiously poking the ground in front of us and then marking the areas where we don't stand so that we have an exit path for the civs on the way out.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's the best we got.
Cool. All right, so I'm going to do this with a series of observation checks as you guys go through the mud to try to find where the mud is least.
Well, is it the whole passageway? Because I thought
You
I
don't
just
know.
stepped in an area. Okay.
You don't know. You just stepped in an area which seems to be, and it was completely, as far as you could tell, like it wasn't discernible, right? It wasn't like you could say, oh, well, that's mud, right? The ground and the mud looked almost identical until you stepped on it, and then the ground gave way into this pliable material underneath you. Clearly, the ground here just absorbs moisture to some degree and then just retains it, while the top layer of topsoil just dries out.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, I don't have a 10-foot pole, but I do have a stun baton. So not turned on, just using it as a metal stick, basically.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be poking at the ground ahead of me as I go to see if it seems like
Okay.
it's too pliable.
I would say that if you're going to do that, you'd probably have to be on your knees to do so, correct? Because your stun baton is only about it's only about 1.5 to 2 feet long.
I'll be like, I'm not gonna be on my knees. I'm gonna like bend over.
Sure.
actually.
I got you. But like, it's not like a 10-foot pole where you're just like.
No, it's not a 10-foot pole. I do
Got it.
have to bend over to do
Fair. All right, no problem on that, Masters. Absolutely. Who's testing the ground with you one more time?
it. It's me, Winters, and Summers.
Cool. And Kulhavy and Isaac, you were going to ascend the butte, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to try and go up what looks like this sort of incline here, maybe
Mhm.
not too crazy steep.
I'm gonna
And
wait
then-
for. I think we should wait for them to get to the top before we start moving forward in case they encounter something up there that requires assistance.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. I would say, the beautiful butte. I would say that you, in order to do that,
Especially because if it takes them 10 minutes to get up there, I can get another health point back.
I would say that it probably wouldn't take you 10 minutes to go up 150 feet. Even if the, incline was, a 90-degree incline, which it's not. It's more like a 70-degree incline. You're going to need some kind of climbing gear, or if you want to go by, without climbing gear, it's going to be more difficult, right? It's going to be a little bit more of a mobility test than anything else.
Oh, jeez.
So the folding winch says to be used with rope removes the need for mobility rolls when climbing.
Great. But,
That
the folding winch is a winch that would, pull someone up from above, correct? So someone would have to go to the top, set up the winch, and then
Lower.
drag someone up from
Okay.
below.
Okay.
Right? So who's going to be that guy?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I got good mobility.
Cool. So Kulhavy, grabbing the winch and all of your gear, you attempt to ascend the butte. Go ahead and give me a mobility roll.
Correte. Trace.
Very nice, very nice. And you have a couple stunts on that one. You guys
I
watch
do.
as Mr. Claw Arm or Gun Arm, whatever. Maybe you have like one of those things where you like and you pull the gun out and you put it in the claw, and you climb the butte. And you're now
I'm
up
gonna
top.
do 2 +1s to later mobilities, and actually no, I'm gonna do 1 to later, and give him a 6 so we can get up and keep moving.
Okay.
There you go.
Sounds
Then
good.
you don't even need the winch because you just give him a success.
No, I'd rather have the winch in case we want you guys up for some strange
All right,
reason.
fair. Well, I mean, but he can get up behind you, and then if we need to follow you, we can use the winch.
Okay. So Isaac and Kulhavy, Isaac has been pulled up by the winch. And Kulhavy and Isaac are now 150 feet up in the air at the top of the butte. So you guys can move yourselves there if you'd like on the map. That's
Did I notice
yeah, that's about right.
anything while climbing about soil? Is it stable? Is it unstable? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
there's no
it's-
pockets along the sidewalls.
Yeah, there are no holes.
These things.
There are no holes like the ones that are to the southeast of you. Absolutely not. No, these buttes
And the
seem
what?
to be untouched.
Okay.
You also notice that in terms of the actual geology of the rocks, they're very hard. They're very tough. They are, there is no flora of any kind growing on them, except for every 4 or 5 maybe meters or so, you see tiny little sort of fluorescent mushrooms parsed out. Like, sorry. Parsed out in small spaces. Any other questions? Cool. Masters, you're down in the canyon while Kulhavy and Isaac are atop the butte. And I'd like you to use that stun baton and let's see if you
So
find
I'm
any
gonna
more mud.
I'm gonna skirt the pile that I was just in,
Mm-hmm.
and then start making my way here.
Making your way.
Poke, 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 poke,
Make an observation roll.
poke, poke.
Anyone else going with her, or are you just watching her?
Follow behind a bit. Not like super close, but
Okay.
Oh,
Make your panic roll there, Masters.
-2, so it's a 1.
You don't panic, but it doesn't stop that unerring feeling that you're not sure if there's a big thing of mud right in front of you or not.
Masters is gonna stop for a second. Be like, I don't know if this is working. Fuck. Look around. Are there any rocks around me?
There's rocks everywhere.
I'm gonna pick up a fairly sizable rock, maybe like a 10-pound rock,
Okay.
and sort of drop it, like arms out, chunk, drop it, so it lands with some weight.
Okay. I mean, a 10-pound rock is probably the size of like a cantaloupe, I would
Yeah.
think. About that big. You sort of pick a spot and you're like, I don't know. I mean, any of this could be mud.
Mm-hmm.
And you shot put it, and it lands. You hear it go, and it just rolls.
Okay, then I will walk to where the rock landed.
Okay.
Merp.
Yeah, I wonder if we can bowl it.
Not a bad idea.
that might work.
Bowling for maggots.
Basically, yeah. So I think everyone is now just grabbing rocks and using them to test the ground.
Okay. This is the funniest scene ever. As you watch from above, Kulhavy and Isaac, you just watch like Masters, Winters, and Summers are just grabbing rocks and just like, huh! just hucking them down.
I
the
mean, I'm
pathway.
not doing him too far in front of me because I don't want to miss anything. Like,
Sure.
I don't want to miss the spot directly in front of me.
Absolutely.
It's more like this is me getting my weights in for the day. It's like picking it up, arms length out, chunk,
Amazing.
step forward, pick it up. Like, she's gonna be fucking tired by the end of it, but this is why she jogs for hours every day.
Absolutely. Down for it.
You see this shit, Kulhavy?
I mean, it's not the worst tactic. Can I see anything from the elevation? Is there like discoloration in the ground?
There
is
is
anything to indicate
no discoloration, unfortunately, but I will allow you to make an observation roll.
Can I also observe?
Absolutely, both of you can.
Ooh. Well,
1 and
Wow.
3 with Kulhavy. Bank those stunts for later, Mr. Kulhavy. Those observation stunts.
Yep.
What is
Fair enough.
clear to you, Kulhavy, perhaps that you're the furthest southwest of the whole troop here, as you're sort of like looking down on Masters, and then you look sort of south towards the Grand Kivas. From your position, you can in fact see that there is this sort of facility. There's this I don't even want to know what you want to call it. It's basically just a some kind of living area that's probably, I don't know, maybe a little bit less than a mile across. And you look down towards it. You see that it's made up of 3 outside areas, circles, and a central circle. All of these circles are connected by a series of walkways. There's also a smaller circle off to the sort of southwest. Within 2 of these 5 circles, you see 2 spacecraft. One larger than the other. From your position, although you can't make them out as to who they are, you do in fact see that there are figures walking in and amongst the spacecrafts, as well as the occasional movement through the passageways that are open to the sky.
The good news is they seem to have spacecraft down there, so we may not have entirely trouble getting out. We may just not be able to fit everybody on one ship. I think we should incapacitate as many threats as possible before we actually head further into this maze. It's a maze in there.
The next thing that you do notice, Kulhavy, is that, because of your amazing observation skills, that traipsing along the southeastern wall of this canyon are 8 figures, right around here. There are 8 figures. You can't really make out their face, their dress, or anything like that, but there are 8 of them, and they seem to be moving very stealthily and very slowly in the direction that the rest of your party is at this point in time. They're moving in the shadows, and they're moving quietly in your troops' directions.
You guys also have incoming. I would highly recommend you winch on up here and maybe get out of the line of sight. Currently counting 8 figures coming your direction.
Duly noted. This job fucking sucks anyway.
I blame Myers.
All right, it looks like we're climbing a wall.
Mm-hmm.
While they're backtracking and climbing north, can I watch the team of 8's patterns and see if they're avoiding spots along this trail?
You could make another observation roll.
Nice.
Right. Because they may know. Or we pick them off. I'll take the 1.
Can I do so as well, or?
I would think that's kind of like I want to give people, where they're if their ideas come into play, I want to give them the full agency of those rules. So,
okay,
you know, like, not to take away from your ideas, guys, because I do think that, like, if you have a specific idea, that you have full ownership of the idea. If you want to do the same thing, like a simple observation rule, no problem, you guys can all make it. But if you have specific things that you're doing, I give full agency to the people who are calling it out. Is that cool? Super. Kulhavy, the single observation success that you get is enough to note that they do, in fact, seem to be sort of moving stealthily around certain areas. That they're sort of like, they're not like pointing them out, but they are moving in patterns that seem to indicate that they know where to walk.
Be advised, they have something they can tell where the spots are. I'm not sure I'll be able to remember later on.
They might just know where they are from being out here before, but meantime, we're gonna backtrack and follow you up on the shallow side. Out of sight.
Got you covered from a sniper's ledge.
Okay.
Backing up. Meep.
You guys move away from the canyon. Let's see. Who has the highest observation?
We're all fives down
We're all
here,
at
remember?
5.
You guys all are 5. Everybody has a 5?
On the ground, we're all
Ground team is
5s.
5s. Yeah.
I mean the entire party.
Oh.
7.
Isaac,
8.
you have an 8. I feel like this is sort of partly, sort of like, in a way, I'm just going to call this a homebrew rule, and it's sort of a D&D passive perception, just your natural affinity to observe things. Writer's genes are flowing still through your veins. And I would say that Isaac, as you sort of like look over Kulhavy and he's sort of, you know, talking about these folks, that you're sort of able to make them out. You sort of squint down towards them, and you see that they are indeed following some kind of a pattern. They're moving to and fro, and you sort of trace your eyes up on the canyon wall behind them. And crawling down the canyon wall, as if they needed nothing to support their weight except their own hands and feet, as well as a long prehensile tail that trails behind them, are 6 albino creatures. And they're moving in a pattern that seems to indicate that they don't want to be seen or heard either. And they're moving in the direction of the 8 figures that are moving stealthily along the canyon bed.
Well, I've got bad news and worse news.
That is not you, Kulhavy, that sees that. That is
No,
Isaac.
sorry.
What the hell? Then we got some strange looking creatures going
Tell
along
me
the walls.
something I don't know.
Albino-ish. No idea what the hell they're doing, but definitely coming along the same direction along the canyon. Just
Let's hope they get distracted by our friends down there and don't come after us. And I guess it's time for us to climb this wall. Who do we want to winch? Who's got the highest mobility? Because Summers, you said you have one too, right?
Yeah, I have a winch, and I also have 8 mobility.
Oh, you're way more mobile than I am. Get up there, girl.
Yeah, so I'll do mobility up.
Now, the winch that was used to get Isaac up is still up there, right?
Oh, they didn't fold it up. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we can just take that.
Okay. I mean, the winch is not a fast winch. It's not like a Batman grappling hook, right? You're still gonna have to like all the way up. So there is a certain amount of time that will take for the other 3 of you to go up to the top.
How much faster would it be for me to just mobility up?
It would be faster, but it would be less safe.
I'm gonna just go for it.
Fantastic.
And-
Summers begins to climb. Give me a
You've
mobility.
got an
roll.
8. Take it. Winters, I'm going to send Winters up before me because I have big guns.
Cool. Summers begins to ascend, and she rises to the top. Takes her about 2 minutes to get 150 feet up. She's fast.
How long does it
Yeah.
take for the winch to go up?
The winch, it would probably take 3 to 4 minutes to get to the top. The winch, by the way, in case you guys the winch is an actual alien canon item. If you can remember the first Alien movie, it was actually used to lower, what was his name? The guy who actually got the alien inside him, John Hurt's character.
Yeah. I don't remember his name. Shit.
Anybody remember? Anybody? Beautiful.
Sounds like a great reason we should all rewatch the movie.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. John Hurt's character in Alien. Anyone from chat? Points if you get it. Anyone? Google it. Fuck. Let's see if I can remember without going into Google. Can I do it? John Hurt's character in Alien. I know all the other ones. Clearly, Ripley, Dallas, Parker, Lambert, Ash. Why can't I remember? Because he dies first.
As he dies
Yeah.
first.
Fuck.
Exactly.
I got the answer on Google.
Okay, fine. No points for you.
There it is.
Yeah.
It is what? Did I say it? Kane!
Pain.
Thank you. So yes, it is a canon item that Kane uses to lower himself into the hole underneath the pilot. Into the
What is
egg
this
chamber.
circle on the map?
I'm trying to figure. I was about to ask about that, but basically, the white albinos, the I would assume more like not the Xenos, the other ones we were dealing with the last session.
Perhaps.
The
they-
neomorphs?
The neomorphs. Thank
I
you.
mean, the UPP
Are
made those, so.
crawling along. No, okay, but whatever they are
Isaac,
crawling.
when you look at these things, they do not look like the creatures that you saw on the previous planet. At all. They're much bigger, they're much bulkier, and they seem almost simian in nature rather than, what's the best word? Lizard-like, perhaps? Or even more anthropomorphic than that.
By the way, since I have an extra stunt, can I give a 6 to one of the other two?
As long as they're doing the same thing. In the same situation. Yeah.
Alright, then I'll climb up.
Okay. Masters?
While Winters takes the winch.
Masters takes the advantage of the additional success, and Masters climbs up as well behind Summers. Winters, you are the only one left on the ground level.
Well, I send Winters up on the winch first.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was
you send her up on the
waiting
winch?
for
Okay, so she's like
Yeah.
2 minutes
I
in.
did use the winch.
Okay, so Winters is like, I'm winching. Everyone else is up top, by the way.
And in 2 minutes, I'm gonna say this is like 2 minutes. Like I'm watching how slow the winch is.
Okay.
I watched how easily Summers got up there, and I was like, "Fuck
Cool.
this! I'm not waiting." And I start following.
Absolutely. Winters, you're being pulled up to the winch. That's when you hear the screaming.
What?
Yeah. You look down towards where the screaming is coming from. That echoes throughout the canyon. From your position atop the butte, ladies and gentlemen, you see an attack. 6 of these white fur creatures pounce upon these 8 figures. They stagger and stumble. A couple of them get away and run northward through the canyon in your direction. One of them falls into a pit of mud and is completely subsumed. The other one runs and like serpentine, fucking Game of Thrones serpentine, and is being chased by no fewer than 4 of these other creatures that have just absolutely blasted with their claws and potential. I mean, they just are just ripping people apart limb from limb. And that's what you hear and see. What do you do?
Do I control the winch, or do someone
No,
else?
you are being pulled up.
Can I grab a hold of the wire for the winch and start pulling myself up?
Sure, Winters, take a point of stress, first of all. Because this whole situation is, I would say, a little stressful. And you start to pull yourself up.
Yeah.
Like Andre the Giant style, up the rope. You're like, come on, I can do it. Anybody want the peanut? And the it's not helping per se a whole lot. But make a what do you have for your strength, Winters?
I think it's four?
Make just a bare strength roll.
Okay. No modifiers.
No modifier. All right, cool. Winters, good job.
Great.
Yeah, the power of stress compels you, and you're just like, and you guys watch as Winters pulls herself up, and just like, like Indiana Jones, like shaky hand style, right on top, and just, there's shit happening in the canyon, and like, yeah, full on screaming now being heard throughout the whole canyon. What do the rest of you do?
I'm gonna pull Winters up to make sure we're all together.
Absolutely. She and you are now at the same level, atop the butte.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's 6 less to deal with. Or 8, however many they were.
There were 8. There is one who is just about... He's running. You guys want to do anything about it or no?
Honestly, Masters is assuming that he is one of the bioterrorists
Okay.
and therefore gives 0 fucks about him.
Got it. Winters, Summers, Kulhavy, Isaac.
I mean, on the plus side, I guess we didn't start any sort of lack of peace between the two, which were supposedly peaceful, but clearly not.
No, these are clearly the feral things that are not peaceful.
Yeah.
Remember, there's 2 different species in the planet. They're the ones who are friends and the
Right.
ones who are feral. These are clearly the ferals.
I mean,
Besides, didn't Vaughn say not to get into any shit?
Amen on that.
You mean Myers?
yeah,
Nice too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
I believe he also said to save people. We can save.
Winters, what do you want to do?
I'm just
We
kind
can't
of-
save that guy.
We were supposed to save hostages. This is a group of armed men who were stealthing probably in the direction of our ship.
Which
What if
means
it's
they
not?
saw us land.
Should we shoot him?
If we
Are they
shoot
gonna
him,
get the ship?
then they're going to know where we are and they're going to be on our asses
Yeah.
in a hot second.
And you said that guy was moving north this way?
Northeast.
Oh, northeast. of course,
Northeast,
yeah.
in the direction of your
In the
very
direction-
well hidden
In
ship.
the direction of our ship. If he's going to fuck up our ship, I say we let them take care of him.
I'll give you about 15 seconds till this thing gets probably within range to get him. Anything you guys want to do? 15 seconds real time, by the way. Go.
Look, Winches,
Yeah.
I get it
Gotta-
that you want to help people,
We got
but
to stay stealthy.
we got to stay on mission.
I'll see.
It's the trolley problem. 24 lives for one.
Kulhavy's going to turn... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just making a joke.
I mean, mission just motioning towards this dude, but there's nothing she can really do. So
0. As you motion and like look back, and then you guys all watch quietly stealthy as you guys all have been atop the butte, and this thing just leaps 10 feet through the air and grabs this guy with an enormous 4-fingered claw from the back, lifts him in the air, and you just hear no, God, ah! Smashes him face first into the mud, and he's just, you see his arms flailing, and pulls him out, and he's just screaming, and then the thing just rips his arms right off, and he stops screaming.
I mean, not to piss one of those things off.
The creature that takes that guy apart sort of, it doesn't like roar. It doesn't make any kind of utterances. It just goes, sort of like looks around. The other 5 of these creatures sort of lope up in its direction, and they all sort of like mull around. They clearly seem to know how to get around this mud, because they're moving in a sort of very specific pattern around it. And then they leap towards the canyon walls across from you, and within a minute and a half, they climb up over the 150-foot canyon wall without any rope, without any winch, without anything. Up and over, and then they are gone.
I'm guessing that's what the sonic wall is supposed to keep out, but it doesn't seem to be doing a very good job.
Well, the sonic wall is on the opposite side of your position.
Yeah, I know, but she was just making a comment
Oh.
like they got through it and over the canyon.
Kulhavy's going to put an arm, your shoulder and say, "Yeah, there's no way that was going to be preventable. It's not pleasant, but the hard choice. There's no way that guys with guns moving stealthily were not people we're supposed to be saving."
You didn't notice they had any guns.
Oh.
Well, regardless, they were heading towards our ship, and if our location is blown, it's blown, but if it's not, now it's not. And look, there are 24 civilian lives in there that we're here to save, and that's the priority.
With
Fuck
the
everybody
scope,
else.
can I still see the ship?
Yeah.
The simians went in the easternmore direction, not northeast towards us, right?
Correct.
After the kill?
That is correct.
Kulhavy's gonna heel turn and march back to the corner here, get on the edge of the plateau and take a look, the butte, and take a look.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you right now, Kulhavy, if you're getting that close to the Grand Kavas. I'm assuming that you don't do this alone. If you do, make a stealth check. If you don't, then I'll ask for a group stealth check.
I was gonna say, I've got a pretty good stealth, so I have no problem making it solo.
Are you announcing this to the rest of your squad?
Yeah, I'm gonna put the hand up and say, just a second. And I'm gonna solo this for another observation. Because nobody was moving around with panic, right? So whatever these creatures are, they're using pack tactics outside the grounds of the physical space because they're preying on anybody that goes out. So this something about the city themselves, beasts are staying away from. I wanna kind of take a look and sneak up and see without being too visible. A little bit more about their security system or patrol routes.
Sure.
What is it they're doing that has not got these beasts coming right up to their door?
So I'll ask you to make, since you're doing this by yourself, a single stealth roll and a single observation roll.
Stealth roll first, with the stealthy bonus.
1 success.
Singular.
Yep.
And observation roll. I'm going to use one of those bonuses from the last... Oh, no, I can't actually bank those, can I?
Nope.
No.
We had said bank earlier, but no. Okay, then yeah, just a 0.
Cool. Now you can bank.
Deuce.
There is no banking on observation.
It's no banking.
Oh, that's right. It's just the other ones.
Just hear that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the stuff that you can do on your observation. So you can still stunt it. You just can't bank it.
Yeah, I'm a stunt. What am I going to stunt?
We'll see what info you get and then decide on
Yeah.
your stunt.
Yeah, I'll
Let's-
say for
yeah,
the
let's
single
go to
success that you're able to see that there are approximately, the ones that you can see from that position specifically, let me just move your viewpoint to that of what chat should be able to see, because you're way up the top and they're able to see this beautiful map. We'll see that you can see that there are, from that position, you can now see a little better. You can see that there are groups of individuals. They seem to be walking in relatively understandable patterns or formations or even patrols. They seem to be, many of them are walking 2 by 2, and a couple are working solo. I'm not quite sure what that means. You are also seeing that over by that rather large spacecraft in the sort of most southern region, that there are a number of large containers. What that means, you're not quite sure. As well as 4 of these same figures. The ones that are closest to you, you do see that they, in fact, do have weapons. They are carrying rifles.
Is that the only place that he gets a number? Can he, like, tell, I know that I'm not there, but, like, in the area that we're planning to enter, the residential area, is he seeing any patrols there or guards there?
So what you do see in the residential area are 2 of these same individuals with weapons. Now, beyond the ones that you can see sort of moving to and fro, at the southernmost entryway, which means, like as far south as you can get, which is essentially right here. The closest place to the actual sonic fence, which you see surrounding pretty much the entire facility here, you do see that they seem to have a vehicle. It's a small vehicle. It seems to be a two-seater. You've recognized these kind of vehicles before. They're called Stingers. They are essentially just Jeeps with turrets on their backs. But they're two-seaters. They're two-person vehicles. If you remember what, I think it's not an ATV like the one in Destroyer of Worlds. It's
like a hover tread, kind of?
No, not like a hover tread. Like they are wheeled vehicles. In fact, let me show. I think I have a handout for you guys for that. They're called XT-37 Stinger attack vehicles. Here, let me give you that handout. In fact, I think here it is, right there.
Looks kind of like a warthog.
Yeah, it's kind of like a warthog. Yeah. Halo.
But only 2 seats, not a third for the gunner.
Correct. There's a single seat for the driver and then a position for the gunner.
The gunner. So the gunner's like standing up in the back on it.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Cool. I mean, Masters wants that, obviously.
But yeah, you do see one of those at the front entryway, but not at the back.
Is that what this is, or you mean it's like down here?
That is a small. This one here, this item here, seems to be some kind of a small, either spacecraft or shuttlecraft. You're not quite sure.
The Stinger is there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, Stinger's there.
So far we see 2 guards where we want to enter, 4 guards by the ship, and a Stinger over here.
Yeah, and like I said, there are other guards that are sort of tracing their way through the smaller.
Yeah, but those were the specific things that I was
correct. Yeah. So.
Right.
That's not bad. 5 on 2.
There's a couple ways to do it as well. We could blow a charge in the side of the residential section, and when they come to investigate, open that up to clear passage.
We could also just walk in the front door and try and take them by surprise.
You could.
Move
Would you
quietly
consider
and quickly?
this? How many zones away is this, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you remember, this is like 1,000 meters, so we're talking probably like extreme
many
range.
zones.
Yeah.
Okay. So even an extreme range scope rifle would not be close enough.
Yeah, I mean, it would be at the very furthest of an extreme weapons distance to hit.
I'd rather,
is
if we're
pretty
gonna
darn tough.
if we're gonna make any kind of attack against them, I want to be at close range when we do it, because otherwise they're gonna know exactly where we are out here, and we still have to find our way inside.
There's still no idea where this nuke might be.
Yeah, we need to get in, and we need to try to get in as quietly as possible.
Here's a good question. Here's a good question. Are there people like wearing rebreathers inside the facility?
Kulhavy, when you look through your scope at this distance, it's hard to see faces. I mean, you're very far away. So you don't see if they have rebreathers. You're not quite sure.
I can't tell, but unless it's, is it a clear or a colorless or odorless gas? This nerve agent.
I don't know. I'm going to go ahead with the assumption that there is some kind of physicality to it. That it's not like sarin, which is just I didn't even know, and then. Right, I would say this nerve gas has some kind of opacity to it.
Do I recognize anything about the descriptions of this canister from the briefing?
When you say this canister, what are you referring to?
The canisters of this nerve agent.
Yeah, I mean, you would know nerve agent, CN20 barrels, like giant green barrels with, don't fucking, don't open me, whatever the fuck.
Just imagine that stenciled on.
Yeah,
Don't
it's,
open me.
don't open me.
Yucksters.
I will kill you.
Do I see any of them?
Not at this distance, no.
So those big containers that he sees by the ship are not.
That is
sealed,
correct.
they're
They are
something
definitely not, as far as he can see, those
question
kinds
one.
of... Yeah.
Because, I mean, hell, if we can cause pure chaos before we even get in there, take care of some bodies on their own, we're still wearing breathers with oxygen in them, save us a whole lot of trouble.
Mhm.
Hostages, though, we gotta make sure that.
Brutal, don't get me wrong, but
Summers is right. That might take out the civs, and we can't risk that.
how many of them are hostages and how many of them are willingly just civilians there? Are there any willing civilians?
I think all the civilians there are basically hostages. Because they
murdered
killed,
everyone
like,
else.
yeah, they killed, like, over 200 of them, and they have, like,
Yes.
a handful left.
Yes, that's correct. They killed 204.
realized-
According to him, they killed 240 Arcturians and humans together.
I just realized that there was one really important question and we didn't ask Myers. Why do they have hostages if they haven't made any demands?
Good point.
Sure, they haven't made any demands.
Well, if they have, Myers didn't tell us what they are.
Is it possible they see civilians that are conscripting in but not necessarily arming themselves as hostages until proven hostile?
I doubt it.
Hmm.
They're civs. We gotta get them out. That's the bottom line, but I think we gotta try and get in there as quietly as possible. Blowing shit from this distance, blowing anything. I mean, you know me. And I just want to set it all on fire, but not until we know what's really going on in there. We gotta try and do this as quickly and quietly as possible. I say we try and take the two guards at the residential entrance by surprise and move from there.
Last thing, and then I'm going to shut up for Matt. Up here also looks at like a bit of an incline between sections. Can I see any more of those creatures crawling, since apparently elevation means nothing to them?
You do not.
Okay.
We don't want to go around that because there might be more mud fields at the bottom.
Yeah. No, I honestly, I think the best way is to winch down right where I am, but that's
Yeah.
too noticeable.
I mean, if we do it fast enough.
Is there a role that you would accept, Matt, to try and think back as to how the Simians and the SWAT team of 8 moved through that sort of alleyway?
That would probably be a wits roll.
I would love to roll a wits roll. I don't roll those very often. But my wits are 5.
He does that, I have a question about the map.
Yeah.
This looks like it is like an incline ramp going down the side of this butte. Is that just the map, or does it actually? Is there actually like a way, like a gradual way down right there?
Yeah,
where we could like stick to this wall.
Like I said, I think that what you see on the map is essentially what you're gonna get. So I mean, it's still
I
gonna
just wasn't
require
sure if that
you.
was-
Yeah, it's still
I
gonna
wasn't sure if
require
that was
you
the
to make a
coloration.
mobility roll to get down.
But if we could like try and stick to the wall here and be unobtrusive and move down that way, as opposed to rappelling straight down the wall over where Kulhavy is.
Sure. Yeah.
I'd like to push the wits roll if that's allowed.
Oh, sure.
Add the stress.
Hey!
Very
there
2
you go.
successes.
Okay. So here's what happens. Kulhavy, you're like, I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure it out. And as you look down, your hand is beginning to shake again.
Yep.
And since this is now the second time that you've noticed this, until you get to a place where you can take at least a 10-minute rest, you're going to have a -2 to mobility because your hand is shaking so much. Just
Okay.
FYI. But you're able, with that wits roll, to recall a relatively safe path through the mud.
I'm going to try and steel myself without letting them see too much of the panic. And then I'm going to say, give me a second. I think I can retrace their steps. Just think back for a second. If you guys want to start descending, I'll be right behind. And I'd like to take the 10 now up here.
Okay. Who's descending?
I'll descend.
Yeah, I'll go too. I'll take the lead with guns.
Cool.
Are we descending over here where I said?
I don't know.
I think Kulhavy said that it's probably best for the most direct would be where he is, but if we want to take the route, I guess
For
it'd be
being
where you-
least observed.
Oh, so descend back where we were. Got you. Descend back where we were, and then take the path that he remembers when he comes down.
Yeah,
I think that is the safest way to go about it.
Sorry, I misunderstood, and I was like, I got distracted because I was trying to look something up in the CMOP. So yeah,
No worries.
I will also descend.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that you guys want to take the winch down again. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Actually, yeah, if everybody winches one at a time, that'll give Kulhavy his
Sure. It's
It's
10
time.
minutes. Sure. It's
Have
slow.
you come back to where we are, Kulhavy?
I'm about to, yeah. I think he's just completely caught up in the shit, fuck shit, fuck shit. I have lost
Yeah.
limbs. I am encountering creatures that nobody has planned for, and this stuff
Yeah,
never
well,
stops
that's the
happening.
thing, like,
I think this is
Kulhavy-
all just starting to cycle in his head.
Like Kulhavy, who is generally go go go, being like, I'm gonna wait here for a minute, has kind of tweaked Masters a little bit, and she's gonna be like, hey Kay, you right there, man?
No, Mass, it's fucking weird. We're not supposed to be doing this. We're never trained for this. This is not fucking real. This
Yo,
we
man.
are
Okay. I
just
fell
need a
into a
minute.
pit of flesh-eating maggots. I get it. It'll be fine. And maybe it won't. Maybe we'll all get blown to shit. But you know what? That's what they pay us for. Gotta stop worrying about dying, man. Never gonna be able to do your job that way.
Great words to live
Yeah.
by. What do you guys want to do? Kulhavy has rejoined you, and you are now winched
Well,
down
got it.
to the bottom.
Yeah, so
I'm
like
gonna
Masters,
disconnect
Masters
my
will have
winch.
have that conversation with him, and then like winch down to like let him finish chilling out.
Down. Super.
I'm gonna burn one of my previous session mobilities, disassemble the winch, and just climb down the +1 to mobility.
Okay, go for it.
That way if we need the winch for anything else. God
Good idea.
forbid.
Yeah, I think I have. Oh shit! I've got a whole
One
bunch
success.
of +1s banked from previous sessions. I need to remember those.
Yeah, I did not write them down before operation very well.
we probably don't need to be back up on this butte at any time, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I'll take my winch as well and do mobility.
Right on.
Oh, I thought you just
The
climbed
only
up
reason
to
I
the
could
one that
see-
was already up there.
Oh no.
That's a no good.
No, but
Summers.
I can only see going back up
Summers
if we
didn't.
wanted
We
to
didn't
be
use
decoys.
some. We didn't. Hold on. Back up. We didn't use Summers Winch.
Oh, right. You're right.
You just
Yeah,
went.
it was all.
There was a
You
winch
just-
already
you-
there from
There's
Isaac.
one
And
already
you-
there. You're
and
right.
you free climbed, so that was an unnecessary roll.
Okay.
Whew.
Unless we want to make a decoy scene, a good staging ground, there's no
No, let's just.
go back up.
Yeah, no,
It's
there's no
just-
point. That's. You guys know that when we leave, we're gonna be fucking running. So
All right. Havy is going to throw Wedge, the suppressed pup, a zone ahead of us.
Okay.
And start walking that path. And it's gonna be like one eye closed. This one only work. He's going to silently be cursing to himself up behind the eye. Like the eye patch is just like throbbing with pain, thinking like, don't fuck up, don't fuck up. Listen to Master's speech.
Okay.
Don't worry about death. Be calm, be precise. And he's gonna, with the suppressed pup quietly ahead of us for scanning, is going to start moving in the path that he remembers to guide everybody through this sort of serpentine movement between the things over here. I would like to only go this far, so that we are still at a sort of extreme range for any sort of security they have.
Yeah, I'm alright with that. That's fine.
I'm putting myself back here because I'm going to say that Masters is pulling up the rear.
While they're doing that, can I try to get a better look at the bodies?
Sure.
Also, Masters is keeping an eye on the cliffs as they go, looking
Hey.
for any more of those white things coming over. Yeah.
So let's do a couple of things as you guys are moving through here. I'm going to go ahead and say that Kulhavy, as you use the pup to sort of stealthily sort of guide your way through the mud in a fashion that you know the pup is sort of giving you as well as your cohorts indications of where to step, where not to step, etc. You do, in fact, need to make a stealth check. But this is a group stealth check, so I want the person with the lowest stealth to do it.
Lowest stealth.
Stealth is mobility, yeah?
Oh,
Yeah.
my mobility is 0.
But what's your agility?
3.
Oh, that's going to be you, then.
That's for you.
That's you, Mario.
No. So just agility?
No, mobility.
Well, you roll mobility.
Hit the mobility button.
No pressure.
Nope, none.
Hey!
Very nice.
Dress
Very
die
nice.
saves the day.
We also got a redemption. Give a random piece of gear to a PC for Masters. So we'll get
that's
you.
nice.
We'll get you something in a second. So yeah, I would say that you are in fact stealthy. You guys move through the dried mud of the canyon with relative ease. Masters, go ahead and make your observation roll if you want to sort of make sure that canyon wall isn't hiding any nasties.
I'm going to look at my notes. I feel like I have... No, I have no banked pluses on observation. I was hoping.
I don't think we could
May I
make.
also-
You can't bank. Can you bank observations? I don't think you can.
Oh, right. You can't bank
Yeah.
observations. Nada.
For the
May I
record,
also-
I was also looking, but yeah.
I also wanted to do a separate observation for more of those bug holes.
Bug holes. You
Or at
mean
least,
under
you
the
know,
mud? Yeah, I mean the
Yeah,
mud is. I mean the mud is being sort of tracked out by Kulhavy, to be honest.
Okay.
Summers did also say that she
Yeah.
was looking for whiteys.
Cool. Masters. I'm sorry. Summers, give us an observation. Then.
Mm-hmm. Just like
Look out for whiteys. What the fuck?
bring Jake
Sarah.
up, bring Jake to Miami Beach.
What the fuck is that?
I feel like as one of the whitest humans alive, I'm allowed to say that.
Okay. Wow.
My 23andMe confirms I am hella white.
Yes, fair enough. You indicate yourself. Summers, you do look up and you do not see any strange creatures that are potentially coming down to rip you apart.
All right.
Let's flip to
We walk through
Winters. Yeah, let's
walk
flip to
through the
Winters
valley.
real quick as Winters pulls up some position to look at whoever these folks were. Winters, you sort of kneel down or crouch down to
Bodies.
take a
I
look
thought
at the
you said
bodies.
bugs.
And you do see that these folks are dressed in overalls. They have simple linen shirts on, obviously coated with blood. Their innards have been scooped out, torn out, I should say. Their faces are absolutely in paroxysms of fear and shock. And they have the ruins of rebreather masks on their faces.
They're all dead, right?
Oh, they're dead, Jim.
Just gonna report over the comms that I'm pretty sure these were civilians. Probably should have done something.
Take a guilt point, all 5 of you. I'm kidding. There is no guilt point. Like, let's Scepter. He's like, where's there is it on my character sheet?
I'm just going to say back over comms, we have no way of knowing that. Mission.
Yeah. Shit.
I sure hope this doesn't come to bite us in the ass later.
Look, we don't know. I mean, she didn't necessarily say why, but I'm just gonna say it's a little meta. I'm just gonna say it anyway. Just their clothes don't mean shit. We don't know what they are or what they were doing. What we do know is that there are 24 people inside that compound that we're here to save.
16.
Or 24. We don't fucking know. They had rebreathers. You think they gave the civs rebreathers? Come on.
Sure.
Just because they weren't wearing T-shirts that say "Children of the Two Divines" doesn't mean that they weren't.
I want that T-shirt now.
Terrorists.
I really do. I'm gonna go on fucking T Fury and buy that T-shirt.
There you go. There you go, T Fury. Make that T-shirt.
But yeah, I mean that's what you guys see. Any questions? Super.
Keep moving.
All right.
Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead. Sims.
One question. We were told about a Taha al-Thuli, right? Do
Yes.
we have a handout or a name spelling of that?
Yeah, let me copy paste.
Oh, good, because I really want to know if I guessed right when I spelled her name.
All right.
Alhualia.
Al-Hwalia. Al-Thuli is
Talal
from Moonlight.
Alhualia.
Let me get it.
I'm
Daughter
gonna
of the demon's head.
I'm gonna copy pasta how I thought it was spelled.
All right. That's down. Pretty close. Tehal Aluwalia. Yeah.
That's cool.
I like that. It's a good name.
So I think that being as stealthy as you guys are, you guys probably get within about 3 or 4 zones of the entryway to the Grand Kivas.
Like there-ish?
Yeah. I'd say that's about right.
Huh.
Probably hugging the canyon walls a little bit more than like, hey, I'm out in the open, come shoot me. But yeah.
Do we see any sort of gun ports?
No.
Slits? So there's nothing out to aim out and fire except for... There's nothing at all.
No.
I mean, what exactly is this entryway? Is it a road? Is it a door?
Yes.
Like, what is it?
Imagine, if you will, a sort of canyon walls that have just been sort of scooped into the sides of this. So it's sort of like a descending road into a sort of dug out a canyon pathway. How's that? Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense.
So that if you're looking from straight down, you have each one of these pathways through to these smaller areas. You know what it's like? I'll tell you what it's like. Why am I blanking? Tatooine, right?
Yeah.
Luke
I was getting
Skywalker's
strong Tatooine vibes from this place.
Luke Skywalker's homestead. If you remember, where like Luke is like, he's looking down and he sees Aunt Beru, and Beru has, you know, there's that little sort of circular sort of descended area. That is just a larger version of that from Star Wars. Like these areas are dug into the ground.
And if we're not seeing it, and we see no guards on the exterior, the guys he saw were inside.
So that is correct. You see,
Where did he see them?
He
We're like,
saw
this
them.
bubble, that bubble?
I'll show you. He saw them sort of right about here, like meaning. Here, let me draw.
It's so hard because
I know it's
so
zoomity
far.
zoomed. You know what? Hold on. There's a remedy for that. There's a
Is it
remedy
time?
for that. It is time.
Oh, yeah.
It is time.
Hashtag thank you, Jasper.
Let me make sure you guys are in the right portion of this map before I move you to it. But yeah, let's move you guys away from where I thought you were going to come in from the north, but you didn't. You came in from the south.
No, we hear from the north.
I mean, thought we were coming from
I
the thought
south.
you were coming in from the south, so I moved you to the north.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure that the dynamic lighting works on this map.
Hooting.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just double check. That looks good. And that looks great. Okay, let's move you to the map. And there we go. So you guys,
wow, okay.
let
Let me
me
get a shifting.
yeah, let me before I do that, let me just quickly
Let me get out of 200%.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Let me actually just turn off Explorer mode because I want you to see the rest of the stuff. There we go. Okay, much better. So you guys will only see, as far as I know, you'll see a small passageway that moves only
see
about.
a door.
Yeah. Well, remember you're coming from here and going down this way.
Your pings are black, so I didn't see any of that.
Oh.
There we go.
You should see an arrow.
There we go. Now I see the arrow.
Yeah. So remember, you're moving
southwest.
southwest.
So we see this little door right here.
It's not a door. That's just the egg. That's just the like a corridor that like not a corridor,
T-section.
a T-section. Thank you so much.
Yeah, section, yeah.
So you guys, there is
So we're in that little narrow spit.
Yes.
Now I understand where we are.
Now, because this map is so fantastic, I had to block it off with dynamic lighting because I don't want you to see the other cool shit that I have that's all over the place. So from your perspective, you can go single file and only single file, or at the very most 2x2. But let me make sure that this map allows that you guys can't like walk through the walls here. Yes,
All right,
you cannot walk through the walls.
I'm just going to suggest that as the melee fighter, I should probably go in the lead if this is a narrow hallway. I'm sorry, I have hiccups out of nowhere.
All good.
So I'm going to bop up.
Before we're fully in this T-junction, can I use the scope rifle to sort of see how frequently traffic seems to move along the T?
I mean, you'll
Like,
see when they walk in
it's an
front of
open
us.
hallway, right? I want to see the patrol routes. Let's Assassin's Creed this shit.
You see like little footprints on the ground and stuff. Like, ooh, look at that.
Planning the kill spots. Because if we can make the least noise possible, timing it right.
You talking? There you go.
Masters, do you have like a knife on you too?
I have a knife and a stun baton.
Yeah. Can you, if
And
you
I
can,
probably have the highest close combat out of the party.
Oh, sure. Because if we can even just slightly scrub patrols and like drag the body somewhere, once we know the pattern that do they walk left to right? Do they walk right to left?
I mean,
That
this
may allow us to continue
passageway
south.
is one human being wide. We're gonna know there's a patrol when they're literally on top of us.
That is fair. That is fair.
That's fair.
That was
yeah,
kind of
never
my
mind.
point. So if we're trying to move towards the ship, if I'm remembering how, like, where are we trying to get to is the thing. We don't have any idea.
You
where
have
these
no
things are.
idea where they are. They could be in
Then
any one of these kivasses.
Then we should probably. Well,
We didn't see any surface to air, right?
You did not see any surface to air. That is correct.
We should probably check out the residential areas first, because at the very least, we might get an idea of if anyone else is hiding out in here that hasn't been found yet.
Are there any signs? Like a mall directory?
No. Unfortunately.
Stein, you are here.
No, there is no arrow. There is no you are here's, unfortunately.
Left or right first?
Left. Why not? I am
Then
gonna.
I will
Should
post
we
at the
roll?
rear with my
Should
sniper.
we roll a group stealth, or should I try to get? I'm gonna say Masters is gonna. I would like to roll an individual stealth roll to try to get out in front and scope out the area a little bit, but with melee weapons in hand in case I have to fight anybody.
Okay. I'm gonna make I think I should make your tokens a little bit smaller, folks, because I think that's the only way that's actually that you're gonna be able to sort of, one, not get on top of each other, and two, probably give yourself a little bit more vantage point. So
Yeah, I'm still zoomed in at such a high level right now. It's crazy.
I know. So it's fine. I mean, you should get as
No, it's
as
awesome.
far in as you can get. That's fine. I will make them smaller. I'll make you all small.
Okay,
In terms
good.
of
He's tiny. Oh my god. 15 by 15 pixels. That should do just fine.
marching order, it's probably like between Masters and Kulhavy up front, and then Newt and Winter's in the middle, and Summers pulls up the rear, unless
I'll take
Winter's
rear
over.
because I got a suppressor.
You want the rear, okay. So I guess Masters...
You don't want to be in the front with a suppressor?
What's your ear for?
Okay, that's fine.
That's better.
I'm gonna make my individual stealth roll.
And-
Please don't fail. I am gonna use. I have some banked +1s on mobility. I'm gonna take one, and I'm glad I did.
Good.
All right, let me take that off of my banked roll inventory. Down to 1. Okay. And I'm going to creep around the corner in this direction and see what there is to see. What do I see?
When you move into this rather enormous fucking space,
Yeah, it's huge.
you see I mean, it's probably about 100 feet across, this enormous sort of circular pit that seems to have sort of chars in the middle of the ground. You see there are sort of enormous crates that are piled around this particular crevasse. You also see that there are sort of... The ground itself is festooned with geometric shapes that are sort of carved into the packed earth by some kind of artisan tool. You're not quite sure what. So you can tell by the fact that, the ground here is charred that potentially something that would char the ground, like, I don't know, a spaceship would probably be landing in this area. So these could all be essentially docking bay 94s for a number of spacecraft that come in and out of Arcturus.
Alright, and we see crates, but I see no bodies and I see no living
No bodies,
humans.
no living people. Correct.
Then I'm gonna over comms, I'm gonna say we're clear in this direction, nothing to see. Looks like maybe some kind of landing bay. I got passages to the southwest and the southeast.
Well, if we keep going to the southwest, I think we'll eventually loop to the small spacecraft.
Yeah,
Do
you're
we want
right.
to
Well,
secure the small spacecraft or the large spacecraft?
I'd say we secure the small because if we're going to try to get Sibs out of here on one of the available spacecrafts, we're going to want all the space we get.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue stealthing around this corner to make sure nobody's coming at us from this hallway.
Okay. You do see that there is another tunnel, or pathway, I should say, that sort of moves back in the same direction, potentially. Maybe not necessarily connecting, you're not quite sure.
I can see that it opens up into something, but I can't tell what it opens up.
Correct, it does seem to open up into a larger space, maybe similar to the one that you're in.
Yeah, it's like I think we got another landing bay to the southeast, but from where I can see, it looks empty.
That is also correct, as far as you can see.
As far as I can see. So I'm going to keep going this way. Poke my head around this corner.
Okay. When you poke your head around that corner, you sort of see down this passageway. You don't see anybody in it.
Yep, that's all I got. I'm like, I see it looks like so far we're clear to the southwest if you guys want to move this way.
Alright. Should we be making stealth rolls too? Or...
I think you guys made a relatively recent stealth roll as a group stealth roll, if you remember.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. I'll let
Did
you
we
know
have
when you have
enough-
to do it
Did
again.
we have enough quiet time for me to regain another hit point? How long has it taken us to get here?
5-6 minutes. And I wouldn't say that you're in a necessarily safe zone.
And it's not about safe, it's about resting, and I wasn't resting.
That's fair.
so-
That's true.
Safe is stress.
Safe is stress.
Health-
resting is
Health is resting.
fair. Absolutely.
I didn't know if maybe after we winched down if that counted, but that's cool. Just checking because I got mauled by fucking bugs.
By fucking bugs.
We got another redemption.
Oh,
Oh, I also still haven't found my random gear.
that's true. Your random gear. Let's do both. What do we get? We got another present. Okay, so Winters gets one. and Masters gets 1. So let's just have you guys go ahead and roll roll a d10 for each. Let's see what you get.
I got a 4.
Okay.
I also got a 4. Should I
Okay,
roll?
roll again, because I'm not going to give you the same thing. Oh, look, it's mine. Oh, no, it's mine.
A 3.
They fight
3.
over it in the hallway.
It's my B-Dad. All right, so let's see. With a 4, well, that's the funny thing. A 3 gives you nap relief. You just love that nap relief, Winters. You get a bottle of fucking nap relief. Wonderful.
Isn't that a 10 nap relief?
It is 10
Oh my
things in nap relief, so divvy it up, baby. I want to see all that fucking, yeah, nap relief. Yeah, bring it on. A 4.
Oh, actually, that's a point. When I requisitioned 2, I just meant 2 pills. With that, but I get 2 bottles.
No, you do not get 2
Okay.
bottles.
I didn't think. I was just checking.
You're just like throwing nap relief to everyone. Everyone, nap relief.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to double check because I would be like, I would downgrade. That.
Yeah, no, they give you them in like in those little Advil blister packs.
Yeah,
you know?
okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Yes.
Like you get at the school nurse. That's the kinds that you get.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I have 19 nap relief now.
Yes.
Nice. We're
Lots
good
of
for,
nap
We're good
relief.
for this. We're good for this session.
Indeed.
Yeah, I hope
Will
so.
never go stressful again.
Uh-huh.
All
Okay.
gonna be junkies by the time this campaign.
Hey, and I'm loving it. You guys will have lots of fun with that. In terms of the 4, let me see. Here we go. You get. Oh, this is interesting. You get a Siegs and C series magnetic tape recorder,
Ooh, interesting. I like that.
which allows you to record and play pretty much any audio sound that you want.
Does that have a weight on it, or is that a 0?
It's a 1/2 weight. It also seems to say that it says it gives you a +1 to manipulation. I don't know why. Why would you need a +1 to manipulation by playing music? Or
because I'm gonna record what you're saying.
I think that would probably give you a +1. And yeah, like if you're like, hey, that's like that scene in Zootopia where she has the little carrot
That's
thing.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not the
It's
only
the
one
clipboard.
who didn't see that movie. Yes, absolutely. It's like it's called a hustle, baby. Yeah, absolutely +1 to manipulation for that.
And I'm gonna, if everyone is, it looks like everyone's following me, so I'm gonna
Sure sounds like it.
keep making my way down this little passage and see
Making
what
my
I find next.
Making my way.
Got a side corridor. Gonna peek down
do.
that.
Okay, so yeah, you do see
There's
down
something in
a
there.
relatively small sort of side area that peers into a rather large building. In the center of this pit. There are sort of walls around it, and all of the walls have these sort of carved pictograms on them, almost set up in bas-relief, that you can sort of see at the corners, like here, and a little bit like here. But all of the buildings that you've seen so far do not have not had these sort of these carvings, these pictograms. But as you approach this viewpoint, you can see that this wall at least has those pictograms. They're very strange, but you can't really make them out from this distance.
I'm gonna quietly get on comms and say, got a building ahead to the southeast. It's surrounded by some kind of art. I don't know, but if they're trying to eradicate culture, this might be a target. You want to proceed this way, or you want to keep looking for the small ship? What do we think?
Look like there's any charges on the outside? No explosives or anything?
I mean, not that I can see, but I'm pretty far out.
Looks like Isaac also just got another redemption, so Isaac, go ahead and roll your d10 too, please. People are spending points. I love it.
Yeah. While they're doing all this, can I try to use the carbon kit to see if I can find any traces of, say, radiation?
I love that you're
Now
calling it a
calling
carbon
us.
kit.
Nice.
I love it that you're calling it a carbon
Back
kit.
in 2 seconds.
CBRN kit.
I know it's not.
Look, carbon kit. I'm loving it.
All right, well.
Isaac, you got a 6. Yeah, a 6. You get. I'll tell you what you get. you get a lollipop. You get a...
Lollipop, lollipop.
You get a high beam flashlight. For some reason or other, sort of left in the middle of the road, you do in fact see that there is a flashlight, which would remove the effect of darkness in a zone.
I wonder if it's something like... wait. I thought I can put something like that on the pulse rifle.
Well, Nate, you always were the brightest of us.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, the pulse rifle already has the grenade launcher, so...
We have done it.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, I mean, trying to add a flashlight with it, it's like...
Wait, what did you find?
Flashlight?
Found a flashlight.
Oh.
Yeah, high beam flashlight. Makes it so now we can actually see in the dark.
I mean, you have the shoulder
Well, we all
lamps,
have
but
shoulder lamps.
the shoulder lamps only go a certain amount of distance, but they do not remove darkness in an area. High beam flashlights do.
Nice. That's gotta be useful.
Mm-hmm.
That will definitely come in handy.
All right.
So, are we heading down towards this building to check it out, or you want to keep making for the small ship?
I think securing transport for civilians ranks higher than protecting art.
Little creepy how much we're agreeing today, Summers. I'm gonna keep heading south.
Yeah, you get to about there, and I don't think you even need to make a an observation roll of any kind, because all in the intense silence that you guys have not only noticed but created, you hear this. There was an enormous explosion on some portion of the area, probably to the direct east of you, that echoes as if this was some kind of like crazy sound chamber, and you just feel like sort of a blast of dust and wind pass through the area. As you do so, Winters, your CBRN kit starts to go beep, beep, beep,
Oh,
beep, beep, beep.
That ain't good.
rebreather
Beep,
time.
beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. So, what do you guys want to do?
But on rebreathers, if they're not on already.
Yeah,
Yep.
you didn't tell me that you were, so that now
Definitely putting them on.
you grab them,
Yeah.
and then you all have air supply too. So please make sure that you put that into your
Yep.
into your character sheets and
I
note it
kind of want to see an image of Masters at the end of a hallway with the stun baton, Darth Vader style.
Open fire, and then
Has up the riot shield and just goes through.
Absolutely.
I left the riot shield at home.
Okay. So yeah, that's what happens at this point in time.
That means keep moving south.
Okay.
I can
Yes.
carry the riot shield around with me, right?
Absolutely.
Like-
That's what it's for.
You need to use a slow action to hide behind it during combat, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. What do you have in your other hand?
My stun baton.
Stun baton and riot shield.
Quick question. So was the building that you saw that had the carvings on it, is it the round blue one?
So
It
what
was
she
blue and
saw
white, yeah.
was, this round white and blue one here has carvings on it, and as well the wall, this gray wall over here to the right-hand side also has carvings on it.
Got it. Cool.
Alright, got a passageway to the west, looks clear. Another one coming up to the east. Looking in on that same blue building, I think.
Does
Still
seem
no
to be.
sign of life.
It does seem to be the case.
Keep going. Just assuming they're following me.
Okay. As you pass by this particular corner, make an observation roll, please. Since you're the one in front.
Nada.
Cool. Do you want to push it?
Well, what do you say it like that?
What's up to you? I always ask.
I will actually say, yeah, I am going to push it only because Masters is feeling a little bit uneasy that they haven't encountered anything yet.
Yeah. There's something.
Add a
So
stress.
taking stress point
Yeah.
and 1 success.
And there's that 1 stress point that gave you that success. Imagine that.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, this isn't right. This isn't right. This is just too much. There's too much going on here. Why am I?
There's not enough going on.
Well,
here is the problem.
meaning, where is everyone?
Yeah.
And that's when you hear to your west, maybe about 50 feet, you hear,
You think he's gonna do it? I don't know, but maybe if he does, we'll be let in on it. What about all the people? I don't know, but if they get in the way, we'll just have to deal with them. Yeah, but I just don't like the way he thinks. What about you? What are you talking about? He's the best. He's the master of all.
that's what you hear.
I'm going to back up around the corner and then very quietly into my comms say, definitely got at least 2 enemies ahead to the west. They're talking about something. It sounds like Big Guy's got some kind of plan. Say we keep one of them alive long enough to find out what it might be. You guys in?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna pull out my stun baton.
Okay.
Start stealthing around the corner.
All right. How about the rest of you?
Slowly moving back and covering the rear, but getting close to the intersection.
Right here, I'm at a corner. I got just enough to get line of sight on what I'm assuming is a person right here.
You do, in fact, see a sort of the back half of a person who's wearing fatigues. You can sort of see that they're carrying a rifle, and they are still talking to somebody else. You're not quite sure who.
So remind me how this works in Alien. I'm stealth right now. Can I get a surprise melee attack on this guy before combat?
What they do. So the way stealth attacks work are, they have to make an observation roll, and if they succeed, because right now you are, for all intents and purposes, we are moving at very slow pace, and I have to reconsult the stealth within core. Surprise attacks. Here's the way that surprise attacks work. Oops, that didn't work. Hold on 1 second. Let me do a find. There we go. Surprise. Surprise, motherfucker.
Some fries, motherfucker.
Just want to check
Hard
with the
eyes,
rest of the group. What are your close combats, by the way? I'm assuming we're not going to shoot people yet.
Yeah, mine is a 9.
Yeah.
4 total.
6 total.
Oh, wow. Newt and I are tied.
That's so fun.
Yeah, I originally built Masters to be a brawler, and then I ended up upping guns more because that's what we were
Stealth
using more
mode.
often.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. It's called stealth mode.
Ah, there it is.
Which is on page 85. It's usually for enemies, but people can do it just as well. In fact, I think you guys did do it in Hope's Last Day to some degree. Let me just go to page 85, and we'll go from there. Combat. Here we are. Stealth mode.
Because I have good mobility, I'm going to be sneaking around the other way with my entrenching spade.
Yes.
Nice.
In stealth mode, you will automatically detect passive enemies, and these are in fact passive enemies, in the same zone or line of sight, which is what exactly you are doing right now. If you make no attempt to move quietly, however, passive enemies will automatically detect you, but you guys are moving very quietly. If you want to sneak past the passive enemies undetected or make a sneak attack, you roll for mobility against their observation. You get a modification based on the distance to the enemy, which is actually really kind of cool. Which means that if you are in short, you have a -1 to your mobility. If you're in medium, which means you're further away, then you have a 0 to your mobility roll. If you're further away, you get even more on your mobility roll. But essentially, if you want to make a sneak attack and you're real close, it's going to be tough. But that's okay. I think that works out. And then, obviously, those enemies then go from passive to active.
Gotcha.
So...
Do I still get to make the attack even though they see me coming, or do we have to roll initiative first?
Well, that's the thing, is that if you make that attack and they fail their observation against your mobility, you get to make the attack, and then we do initiative. Make sense?
So I assume we're considering me in short range?
Yeah, this is very much short range, yeah.
Alright. Then I have to roll mobility, and then he rolls.
He rolls observation, and then we see who wins.
I am taking my banked +1, my last one. Ooh, nice. Let me just roll that panic roll real quick.
Please. You're good to
That's
go.
actually a 4, so yeah, and I am banking those 2. Actually, is Summers is also trying to make a sneak attack?
Yeah, so I'm going to do a -1, right?
All right, well then I'm going to keep one of those successes as a +1 for myself for later, and I'm going to give, can I give Summers a 6? I think I can. Yeah, I can give her a success. So I can give her at least 1 success. So she'll still roll, but there'll be at least 1 in there.
Cool.
So he has to roll against my 3.
Holy crap, Summers.
Wow.
Calm down, man.
All right.
I mean, lady, I mean, miss, whatever. Calm down.
So first guy has to roll, the guy on the south side has to roll against my 3.
Here's his observation. This is with let me just check the table here. Is that with the stealth? Yeah, the stealth is that's your stealth mobility. Did you get the -1 on it? Did you put the -1 mobility since you're in short zone?
I did not, but that would have been my last die, which is black.
Okay, perfect. So then he will then just make a straight observation roll and see if he can see you or not. I don't think it's going to matter. Nope. So yeah, you beat him, so you'll get a surprise attack, and I think you will too, Summers.
Mm-hmm.
Summers, you can in fact see that there are 2 of them within short range. They're just talking to each other.
So I am gonna whack this guy with my stun baton.
All right, so you run up and whacka, whacka, whacka. What happens?
I'm going to just...
Is there any kind of bonus for it being a stealth attack or no?
Nope, just a straight surprise attack. As far as I know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Are you fucking
So you
kidding
missed.
me?
You want to push it?
Oh fuck yes, I'm pushing that.
You
shit.
swing. You're like, ah! He dodges, and then you come back around. You're like, ah!
There we go.
But you rolled a panic, so go ahead and roll that again. Okay, wow,
That's a 3.
very
It's a
nice,
3.
amazing.
And base damage, so it's 3 damage, and he has
to make a stamina roll.
Make a stamina roll or be stunned.
Oof. All right, here we go. Where is he? There he is. Stamina roll. Where are you, stamina? There we are. Okay, he made it. He made his stamina roll, so he's not stunned.
And I need to make a power supply roll.
Yes.
And I lose 1 power.
Okay, so you lose 1 power, and that's for your stun baton. And
Yes,
now let's go over to...
But he took 3 damage on that.
Yes, he did. He would, bam, you hit him right in the face, and like you see his rebreather sort of fly off his face a little bit. He's like, he starts to cough a little bit. But he take a lot of damage. Now, of course, Summers comes up from behind.
Can I... What's that? Close combat? I'm going to grapple him.
Okay,
I'm gonna do 2 damage and grapple him.
Can you do that with the stun
that's
baton?
a stunt. Close combat stun is you can grapple.
Oh, nice. That's very cool.
So I'm gonna say that I whack him, and then I grapple him by pulling the baton around his chest, and I've got him hugged back to me.
Awesome. Love it. Okay, cool. And then Summers comes
and it only did 2 damage, so he gets 1 point back.
You got it. No problem. Summers?
And because this is a sneak attack, do I get anything with this?
No.
Okay,
It's
straight
just that
roll.
we're out of initiative, yeah.
Let's go. 1 success.
Okay.
Nice. Base damage of 2. Sweet.
Yeah. Just
bang.
Baseball swing. Clang.
On the same guy or on the other guy?
What do you think? Same guy, different guy?
Other guy.
Other guy.
We got 2 guys to deal with. Other guy,
Yep.
definitely.
Hold on for 1 second. Let me just adjust the gentleman His pixelation has been a little smushed. There we go.
Oh yeah, I guess the weird oval.
Yeah,
Bulked up a little.
yeah. You can hit him so hard, he smushed the token. He has no armor, and you hit him with smack in the back of the head. Bang! He's like, ah! And he screams. And now, hell, that's the end of you. You're all surprised his attacks. Let's roll initiative. And let's get on some
dice.
music.
5.
Do you want everybody in initiative? Just them.
Whoever wants to fight him. Ninety has sneak attacks. I might have fucked up the sneak attack, but we'll see. Yeah, sneak attacks. When you stalk someone, mobility, observation. If you succeed, you get a free action. Your target cannot block a sneak attack. That's basically it. That's all it is.
Okay,
They can't
nice.
block it. That's it. Cool. All right. Let's have these guys roll their initiative. Oh, they got a 10. That's awful. What the hell, guys?
What the hell?
What the hell? Let's go to Winters. Winters, you hear a pang. And now it's your turn.
I'm gonna just move closer. And I'm not gonna attack him.
Cool.
Gonna just keep an eye out.
Super. Works for me. Let's move on to Masters.
All right, having the baton in front of him, I'm gonna pull it up against his throat and try and do a close combat attack and choke him out.
Okay. I will say that, yeah, if you succeed... Oh, my God.
Oh my god.
You choke him out
That
real
man is
good.
dead.
Yeah, he's going to try to...
He's trying to murder Civs, so...
yeah, I would say he's going to try to block that with a close combat. I don't know if that's going to work too well. In fact, it probably won't because he'd need a goddamn miracle to make it work, but who knows? Yeah, that's a negative. That's a nope. He's just... How much damage is that? 3 damage? Do you
That's
want to do?
3 damage?
Yeah, you knock him way the fuck out. He is broken.
Nice.
But your choice, right? If you want to knock him out unconscious, then I'll leave him at unconscious and still broken.
I just want him unconscious.
Okay, he is now
That's
unconscious.
fine. Unconscious is fine.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Moving on to Kulhavy.
Because we need answers. So if the other guy gets murdered, then we got this guy who's just unconscious.
Go ahead, Kulhavy.
All right, I am going to maneuver a little bit further into the corner of the hallway here and basically just go back and forth between this side and that side on Overwatch so that if this noise gets too attention grabbing, that Overwatch is ready for me to pop off a shot.
Right on. Works for me. Isaac, it is your turn.
Fuck, I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Excuse me.
Do we even have enough range to be able to, like, get over to where, Summers is?
I would say that, yeah, you could move. That's about when one zone, so that's about your movement.
I was like, oh, so I can't go all the way down here?
Yeah, you could move there. Well, that's technically like 100 meters, but I will say that that's, you know, it's pretty far, but I'll allow it.
Well, I mean, the sooner we end this combat, the better. Yeah, fuck it, might as well, like, make a close quarters on this guy as well.
Close combat, sure.
Yeah.
What are you doing with it? Like, what are you? How?
Punch him in the face.
Or are you using something else?
Probably, like, the butt of my rifle.
Cool. Wham in the head.
Good old fashioned. Oh.
Do you want to push it?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna push it.
Come on.
Add stress and swing again.
Nice.
All right, make that panic roll just in case. I don't think it's gonna matter because I think only with 2 stress it still won't go over. That's still fine. Okay, so that's a success. That's 1 damage to this this guy who has been damaged already. So he's bleeding. He's not looking great. But he's still up. All right, Summers, it's your turn.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Hey. Look at us.
Hey.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. Crying.
Amazing.
Okay, yeah. There's no close combat equivalent of aim, so I'm going to
there's not.
just swing with the.
I aim with the butt of my rifle, and then I bing it in the face. No.
Yeah, use the iron sights for the butt of your rifle. I'm going to use the folding shovel.
Cool.
And just clang.
Okay.
Nice.
Now he's definitely gonna try to block that. He didn't block Isaac's butt, rifle butt. Sorry. But he's gonna block your butt. Wait, no, he's gonna block your. Shut.
Shovel.
I'm sorry. Too many butts. All right, here we go.
Butt butte.
It's too many butts and buttes. That is the title of this episode. Butts and buttes. All right. Butts and buttes and butts and buttes and butts and buttes. Here we go. He only has to get a 2 or above.
And I'm done.
Yeah.
Nothing. What the fuck, guys? What the fuck?
This is what we were trying to do. We're succeeding.
All I had to do was just the bugs are sitting next to me going, guys, what the fuck? All you have to do is just throw them in the mud and I'll take care of them. Come on, honestly.
Fuck those bugs.
Fucking bugs. Yeah. I'm just flashing back. It's like, everyone's like, what? Bugs are like, yeah. Humans are like, I'm dumb. I can't block. Whatever.
I was given no option to block the bugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's inside you. So hard to do that. All right, so that's 2 damage, right? Base 2, actually. So
Base 2,
3 damage.
3
Go
damage.
up to 3.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
He is Gandhi.
Like a light.
Like a light. Didn't even get a chance to retort. It was their
Good.
Yeah, didn't even get to their turn. So they're out.
So I am gonna pull out my roll of space duct tape,
Of course.
which I have from 3 missions ago, and bind these fuckers up real quick.
Okay. Superb.
And yeah, so I've got these guys bound up, and then I'm gonna turn on my brand new tape recorder.
I love that in the far future. You're
And then
still
tuck
using
it-
tapes.
Tuck it in my pocket, and then wake up the fucker that I knocked out.
He's
Good morning, sunshine.
struggles
How are you
around.
doing?
You gotta
today?
do it through the mask. You gotta do it through the mask, sir. You gotta just do that.
I'm just kidding.
Good morning, sunshine. How are you doing today?
Hello, how are you today? Hello. In the far future, we all speak like Bane.
He sort of struggles for a bit. And he's like, "What's going on? Who are you?"
Oh, that's not important. What's important is that I got a couple of questions for you. So the first one is, the fuck is Ruetti planning that you wanted in on, huh?
He looks at you. He looks at the guy who was talking to, who's knocked out, and he's like, he's struggling for something on his back.
I'm gonna check his back.
Okay, you roll him over. You see that underneath his shirt, taped to his back, there is an RMAT4 breaching charge.
Jesus Christ, I'm taking that thing off.
Grab it, you rip it off with space duct tape. He's like, ah! Because that's the worst pain on the planet. And there you go. There is an RMAT4 breaching charge in your hand.
Fucking Suicide Squad shit. Are you kidding me? Come on, asshole. I was about to offer to get you out of here alive, but you clearly don't care. So let's care if it hurts, huh? I'm gonna take out my combat knife and I'm just gonna slice the side of his cheek.
Make an empathy roll, please.
You're welcome.
Ooh, that's a failure. Hardcore.
Which I'm supposed to fail.
You
I'll
are
make
if you're
a
supposed to
panic
do
roll.
it, but do make a panic roll anyway.
I will. That's actually a 6.
Okay, so cold-blooded. Masters just takes her knife out, and you just watch as she just.
I'm not trying to kill him. I'm
No,
just
I
like,
know,
this is
but
just like,
this is
just a gentle
torture.
slice. Oh, it is. 100%.
Upon seeing this, can I try to get her to stop?
What do you do?
I'm gonna run towards her. It's
Okay.
Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm
We're-
gonna hand her the breaching charge, still with like the duct tape and the body hair that it came off, and I said, he had this strapped to his back. They clearly don't care if they fucking live. If we want answers, it's the only way we're gonna get them.
Yeah, well, we do. Like, I mean, I do. I'm not
You
here to
wanna
kill
live.
people. Yeah, I do
Yeah,
want to live, but
I-
you know what?
I'm not killing him, am I? I want to find out where those 24 hostages are, and I want to find out what creepy shit his boss is up to that he wanted to take part in.
And that's fine, but you don't have to fucking cut his face.
We do got steps going up to it. Don't have to start at the face.
Did
the
you
knife at the
maybe
face yet.
check the other one too? Make sure he doesn't fucking have one?
Very good point, Summers. Check your hostage.
I'm going to check his fanny pack.
He does, in fact, have. This one actually does not have an RMAT charge taped to him, but he has some interesting stuff in his back pocket. First of all, he has 2 doses of X stims.
Oh.
Oh dear.
And he also has a small black book.
Ooh. I didn't know they have dating out here. I'm going to take the stem, say, winners pills. These probably belong in your responsibility, and the black
Sit-
book.
I
X
guess
stems.
even psychotic cultists gotta get laid, I guess. I'm gonna look down at my conscious, now bleeding friend and say, all right, it seems that my friend up here wants to be nice to you. I am not so inclined. So, you can talk or you can find out which one of us wins.
He says, if you kill me, I will simply ascend. And he just smiles at you.
I whisper in his ear and I said, sweetheart, I never said I was gonna kill you.
He just sort of nods. And he says, I can take pain.
You don't have to.
I think he
What?
wants to.
Well, don't give him what the fuck he wants then.
Man, woof.
All right, fucking smarty pants. You got an idea about how to get this fucker to talk to us? Have fun. I'm done. And I just kind of drop him on the ground and walk away. I was like, Masters is done with this shit. He's a fucking
Alright.
psychopath.
Going to take some of the space duct tape and put it over the guy's mouth for now.
Alright, that works too.
And going to open the black book.
Okay.
See what's inside.
As you look at the black book, the first thing that you see is that it is penned. It is penned by someone whose name is Grand Seer. And then in a flowing script, you see Giannis Ruedi. That is the first page of the book. Like it's in print, Grand Seer, and then signed by hand. You leaf through the first page. I'm going to tell you exactly what it says. And then we'll determine what you guys do from there. Here's what this book says. it says, The Dream Journals of Grand Seer Janus Ruedi. He says in this first page, the title of the first chapter is The Destroying Angel. Listen closely, folks, because I'm only going to do this once. Eons ago, one of their kind feared the end of their legacy was near. If they had not transcended existence before their line ran out, they would cease to exist. This fallen god wanted to know what more there was in the universe, and so dared to part the heavens themselves in search of answers. He was rewarded, but not as he had expected. He was gifted with the embrace of a destroying angel. Soon he birthed their lord, the divine space beast, which then passed judgment on many of their kind. After a millennium of stagnation, in death, a Nephilim had created new life. The fallen gods collected their lord's blood and harvested its mutagenic qualities to create new life among the stars, ensuring their legacy, if not themselves, would survive. Eventually, the blood of their lord was lost, but the black accelerant is their recreation of that life blood, a destroying force that creates life anew. Chapter 2. The fallen gods seeded many worlds over the millennia, some of which produced intelligent life. The Nephilim periodically visit these seeded worlds to check on their creations. If creations proved to be a disappointment, the engineers would use this pathogen to eradicate the species and to begin again. Some of these offshoots embraced the fallen god's guidance and developed in concert with Nephilim beliefs. These were integrated into Nephilim society as outposts. Others, like these Arcturians, were simply forgotten and abandoned. Humanity itself lost their way, and so were marked for annihilation. Chapter 3. Transcendence. According to my dreams, most of the fallen gods have transcended the mortal plane and exist as pure energy in the cosmos. Pockets of Nephilim still remain, however, some continuing to seed new worlds, while others lay comatose in hypersleep chambers that have been preserved and have preserved them for millennia. Final chapter. This one is called Music of the Spheres. The Nephilim's senses are beyond comparison. They can hear the hum of a quasar or the steady strum of a black hole from light years away. Their acute hearing makes music such an important part of Nephilim culture, so much that the playing of particular notes is necessary to the operations of their technologies. They not only hear music, but they can see it. Engineer hieroglyphs that I and my people have seen and pictograms indicate that the fallen gods also possess hypersensitive eyes that can see into different dimensions than ours do, revealing a surreal color and beauty in which many of my kind might consider dark and grim. Such a shame to waste the Nephilim's beliefs and beauty on mere humans. And that is where this book ends. The ravings of a madman? Or of a genius?
Alright. Whatever the hell this is. This looks crazy. But Kulhavy. Punk rock. You remember back on Pandora? The two scientists and the music?
Yeah.
There's a mention of music in here too. And the importance of it. It's fucking weird to see it twice. And they also mention black accelerant.
Well, that shit we've seen before.
I
Yeah.
immediately step back up and look at these guys to look like it, to see if they're oozing anything black.
Make an observation roll.
Oozing black?
2 successes.
You grab them, take a look at their orifices, and don't see anything black coming out.
Observation stunt, or there are more of them close by?
You listen. You don't hear or certainly not see any of these guys close by now.
Alright, we gotta get these fuckers out of the open.
What kind of material are we talking about here? Like, this black stuff?
Oh shit, that's right, you weren't there. Yeah, it's like a black goo. It infects you and you turn into a monster. It's disgusting, and let's hope we don't find any more of it today.
Yeah.
What?
And
Good
whatever.
news is, smaller ship is around the corner.
Mhm. On top of that, they keep talking about these gods and destroying angels, but I don't know whether or not that's all true. But the destroying part does seem about right for all the Xenos we've been fighting.
Yeah, so they're fucking Xeno worshippers.
As you say this, the guy who you've been sort of manhandling says, "Better to worship those."
He's got tape over his
Oh,
mouth.
yeah, you know, he doesn't say anything. He just sort of, when you say that, his head just sort of snaps up, like, He just
Take
looks at
that
you
as
with
a
bleary
yes.
eyes.
Great, they're all fucking bonkers. All right, the other ship's around the corner. Newt, can you see if you can find a way to landlock that thing so that only we can use it? And let's find a place to stash these fuckers. I'm gonna poke my head around the corner.
Okay. You move down to the southwest. This is actually a pretty fantastic place to end, and I'll tell you why. As you move down to this space, you see, yeah, let me just get that area here. Give me 1 second to find it. That is it. Yes. This is certainly the smallest of the pits that you have been in. And inside it, you see a Weyland-Yutani cargo lifter transport sled. Essentially just a giant sort of floating shuttle bus. You see that it is currently not active, completely shut down, and there's no one around it. What do you do?
Wait for the others to come around the corner.
Okay, cool.
I'll get on comms and be like, we got a cargo sled in here and what looks like a couple of shipping containers. I guess we could stash these guys in one of those for the time being, but this sled might help us get the civs out once we figure out where they are.
I'm gonna pick up the two guys by the scruff of their necks and just like drag them over to the
I'll allow it. Absolutely.
over to the smaller pit.
Just gonna have to leave the guns here, I guess.
Sure.
No, that's who she just grabbed.
I got
Oh, no,
one
they're
in
gone.
each arm.
Oh, the guns.
Leave,
Yes, the
yeah.
guns.
leave the guns,
Damn
take the
right.
cannolis. Absolutely. 100%. I'm going to leave the music up a little bit just because it sounds really tense, and I love it. All right, so these guys, you just grab them and you move them on it. Great.
Yeah.
Once again, as you guys traverse into this area and get probably pretty close to see, there's this shuttle bus now. Again, you hear echoing, through the area here. Again, that same sort of rather jarring explosion coming from somewhere in the facility. And you just, again, feel that sort of rush of wind.
What is going on over there?
Maybe they're destroying the art. We're to stop them from destroying.
Of course
Hey, they mentioned that this Kiva's place is a structure of their ancestors or something, right? In honor of this place right here. It's
No, but who
ancestral.
mentioned this? These guys or the Arcturians?
I think it was mentioned in a briefing or something that this
Oh,
Kiva's
I'm
place.
sorry. I
That's
thought you
correct.
meant in the book. That's why I was confused. When
Yeah.
you said they, I wasn't sure who you meant by they.
That's
Correct.
fair.
The Kivas
So-
is indeed it's a habitation area as well as a place to worship who they called the Star Teachers.
Yeah. I'm thinking about this right now, and who's to say that this ain't the only floor of this place? What if we're at the top of something buried very far down?
Only got one way to find out, but
And they're blowing their way in.
I got a crazy idea. I'm gonna walk over to Winter's. I'm gonna say, look, I get it. You want to help people. And believe it or not, so do I. But these fucks are crazy. But, if Force won't get them to tell us what they know, maybe belief will? So maybe if you can convince them that you're on their side, maybe they'll talk to you.
I mean, I can certainly try that, but I'm not really a religious person, you're saying?
You don't have to be. You just have to fake it. If we want to find out where they're hiding those people and what batshit crazy scheme this Grand Seer fuck is up to. I heard them talking. He's planning something and they want in on it.
Alright.
You've seen some crazy shit. Just use that. I think they call it like method acting or something.
I mean, I can try.
Feel of any of us here, you got the best shot.
So Winters, what do you do? I'm going to give you the last scene.
I'll walk over to...
I'm gonna kind of like gesture at the others. I'm gonna be like, all right, we're moving out. Leave these fucks here.
You want to check to see if the transport works?
I mean,
Like on comms, I'm like, get the fuck out and leave her alone with that.
Alright.
Isaac's like, but the bus. But there's a bus.
like that one scene in Thor.
Yeah.
But giant monster.
A giant monster.
Information first, bus second.
I mean, there could be supplies.
There's supplies
We
in the
can
bus.
go back in a minute. Jesus
Camera
Christ.
switches to the bus, like the interior of the bus, like guns everywhere, just candy hanging from the ceiling.
Winters like grabs Radio Shack and she's like, look, I know you don't get it. It's a big fucking ruse. They gotta think we're abandoning him here so that she can look nice. It's good cop, bad cop. Jesus Christ. And just shoves him in the hallway.
Wouldn't it have taken you for a cop, Masters?
Oof.
You know what I fucking mean.
Winters,
Well,
take it away.
I'm just going to walk up to The one that has the duct tape over his mouth. And I'm just gonna lean down very gingerly and just gently start pulling the tape
Oh,
off.
the slow. Oh, I see. It's a bad cop. I get it. You just pull it slow. Yeah, it's always the slow. Fucking. He's just like.
It's like, I want to help. But you need to just chill out, okay? I've seen some shit over the past couple days, and, well, some of the stuff I've seen sounds an awful lot like what's in that book of yours. So why don't you help me help you?
Okay. We're going to make an opposed manipulation roll. Last roll of the night. Let's see what comes of it. Don't disappoint me, Maeve.
Manipulation it is.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Oh my god.
I'm not. Yeah. Mm-hmm,
That's
no.
where all the points are in. Oh my god.
Yeah. All the points are in empathy, baby. I knew I sent her in there for a reason.
I mean, I am a doctor, so.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly, dude. Plans. I love it when a plan comes.
Didn't realize
together.
you were that kind of a doctor. I mean, that's fine. Is it
I
safe?
love that. The manipulation stunts are amazing, by the way, and you should use.
And you can do all of them.
Yeah.
Can I bank them, or do I have to use
No,
them?
you
Let me
use
give you
them
the
now,
manipulation
but they're
stunts.
good.
They are
Okay.
these. These are the manipulation stunts. Your opponent does what you want without demanding a favor in return. Your opponent does more than you ask for. For example, giving you some useful piece of information. Your opponent is impressed by you. And will try to help you later on in some way.
All hail the new Grand Seer.
Yeah.
Yes, master.
All fucking hail Maeve.
I mean, I'll do. So I can choose more than one. I can choose
You
one
can
of them twice,
literally
right?
take all three.
Okay, and then I'll
You have enough stunts to take all three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have him do 2 favors.
Can I?
I'm going to go ahead and say 3. You can't do multiples. So one
That's fair.
1 plus 1 plus 1. That's fine.
Teach me your secrets.
Show your secret. So this guy sort of like looks at you in the eyes, and he has this look of contrition on his face, and he says, "You're not like them. I see that. Not like them at all. You are kind. You are fair. You could join us." Grand Seer Ruedi, he is looking for the entrance. The entrance to the catacombs. Within the Grand Kivas. He's so close. He and Mother Mishka. Don't you see? They are coming. They're coming for us all. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Can I retcon that I left the tape recorder running?
Yes. And like the camera just goes like whoop, right down on the tape recorder.
Yep.
There you go.
Nice.
Fuck.
Damn.
Woo-hoo-hoo. What a way to end, guys. What a way. That was amazing. Ugh. I'm loving this game so much every time I play it.
I mean,
It's
hey,
so much
makes up for
fun.
the last mission.
Where everybody like almost got like limbs. Oh, I'm sorry, not almost. Sorry, did get almost like blown into space. But hey, you take the good, you take the bad, you take them all, and there you have the Frontier War.
Exactly.
It's like the Powerpuff Girls meme, and then you just like, oh no, all of the Xenomorphs got poured in.
Yes.
You know?
Amazing. All right, guys. Let's finish off strong. Let's go with who we've got around the table and say goodnight. So, Sarah's back. Yay, Sarah's back. It was amazing. Yes, thank you, Miss Deadite.
God.
Amazing. Except amazing. Very high charisma.
With my 2 empathy and her like 12 empathy or whatever that is, we make a damn good cop bad cop team.
You know, let's just hope that buddy cop movie goes for the sequel. Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, so let's start over. I'm gonna save you for last, Maeve, because like that fucking roll, Jesus Christ. Let's go over with this gentleman here, Patrick. Patrick, where can people find you on the internet? Let's give everybody their socials and over to that. Let's go.
As usual, at Pat Marin, patrickmarin.com for details about Cast Party and any sort of theater or D&D related stuff. And then the Bar Rover and barrover.com for private whiskey tastings and information when you need someone to tell you about alcohol. That's what I do.
Super. Moving on down to Scepter. Scepter, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitter as Cameron, where I'm usually posting nerd, art-related stuff, whether animated or art or whatever. Started doing some voice recording for people recently.
Nice, dude. I'm so proud of you.
I mean, I don't really have the best equipment set up, but it's a start. So.
You have the equipment right here, dude. You got the equipment right coming out your mouth.
Love
There
it.
you go. Who gives a shit? It's fucking great. God damn.
But no, yeah, I'll definitely post a link to it, like to the thing, like after this. But yeah,
Do it.
anyways, but yeah, that's me. So
Thank you, sir. Moving on over to Sarah. Sarah, where can people find you on the internet?
Sarah, you can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Twitter and Instagram, where in like a week there'll be pictures starting from my honeymoon. Yay! Yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Over to Jonathan. Jonathan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on Instagram at Blue Before Orange. It's summertime. I am going to be posting some more barbecue soon. And I mean, you also just find me here too, you know, just making
Doing the thing.
crackpot theories and reading little books, and then
regretting it immediately after.
Oh,
What did I just read?
These aren't phone numbers.
I love that you pulled it out as like, oh, the little black book, and I'm like, I wonder if anyone's gonna get that fucking joke. And then finally, Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter, also on our Discord. You can also find me here at Slices Dices and several other campaigns. And, well, it's actually now Friday, so tomorrow on Saturday I'll be playing with Mates of Fate, and we'll be doing our second episode of Minds of Bendover.
Awesome. That's fantastic. I can't wait to see that. That's this Saturday? What time?
We start, I believe, at 8:30.
Super. Yeah, they start a little bit earlier than we do, but that's smarter, actually.
We started on time.
Oh, I see. I see. There's a little dig there.
No.
That's nice,
No,
Maeve.
doesn't
I get you.
happen.
We started on time. Unlike
no,
Space Baby. You guys never start on time.
No, Ash made the comment that it was the first episode in Maids of Fate's history that they started on time.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I'm just, yeah. No, they're fantastic. We love them so much.
They're great.
And speaking of Mates of Fate, I will be on their channel tomorrow in their continuing saga of Tomb of Horrors meets Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Right.
Scooby-Doo of Horrors? Tomb of Scooby-Doo? I think it's Tomb of Scooby. Something like that. I don't
Tomb
know.
of Scooby.
Tomb
The
of Scooby.
Scooby of horrors.
The Scooby of Horrors. Yeah, exactly.
To me too, where are you?
I feel like Scrappy's the one. I think Scrappy-Doo's the one who's buried at the end.
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out. Won't we?
Well, it'll actually be
Don't
today,
give yourself a
Matt.
BBEG.
That's true,
If
technically
you let
it's-
Scrappy live, he comes back.
Yeah.
Stop saying that. I have to get up for work in 3.5 hours.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. But yes, technically Friday, aka the 1st of July. It is now July, folks. So yay.
Oh my god.
And it's my birthday month.
Yay!
Hooray! And yes, tomorrow, today, whatever you want to fucking call it, the next opportunity for darkness to hit the land again. We will be doing Tomb of Horrors over on Maids of Fate. Other things coming your way. We're going to be hitting up our awesome folks in Ravenloft a little bit later in July when Megan returns. Until that time, we have lots of things coming in the interim. We have some resurgence of some other campaigns like Savage Worlds. We'll be hopefully finishing up Burn Bright. I think we have one more chapter of Burn Bright left. We will also be doing
Magi Knights?
Yes, Magi Knights is coming very, very soon. Can't wait to see that with some of the people here on stream. That should be a lot of fun. And yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff coming down the pike. A couple of new projects also as well. Check our Discord out for some of my ramblings and crazy brainstorms about that. But yeah, we're thinking of doing some new types of content, not just RPG live streams, but potentially RPG reviews, like of new content. So we'll see how that works out. And then, of course, published on YouTube. Speaking of which, you can catch us here every Thursday and Friday here on twitch.tv/slices and dices with an N in the middle, because you can't put an ampersand because of code. Yeah, Thursdays and Fridays around 9:15, and YouTube whenever it comes out. Discord, the doobly-doo, the link is in there, so you can go ahead and click on there and join us on Discord, where you can join these amazing people and have amazing talks with them. Until that time that we see each other again, folks, I will wish you a wonderful weekend. And we'll see each other again soon. As I always say, and I always mean it, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. Have a great night, folks. Thanks for watching. We love you. Bye.
Bye.